sports destination is BetMGM Gameday on Westwood One Sports.
All right, here we go on another Saturday. It is BetMGM Gameday. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you for the next 5 hours. Coming up a little bit later on in the show, we'll talk more Major League Baseball. The trade deadline has come and gone, of course, and some of the bigger names were on the move. What does it actually mean for the odds over at BetMGM with a couple of these teams to win their respective divisions? Of course, we'll take a look at the World Series odds. We'll get into that. You guys can interact with us throughout the show on YouTube and Twitch. Just search BetMGM tonight. You can interact on the chat there. We're keeping an eye on that. You can also hit us up, as always, on the phone or the text line, 310-840-4910, 310-840-4910. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you. Austin, today I saw your post prior to the show started. Are you going to a concert later on tonight? Is that what I saw? Is there a concert in the works after the show?
Is it the fact that I said happy DMB Day to all of Chicago?
Yes.
No, Dave Matthews Band is not in town. However, 22 years ago to the day, Dave Matthews Band was in town, getting ready to make their way north to Milwaukee.
Okay.
When a tour bus belonging to the band, they were not on board, but the bus driver dumped an estimated 800 pounds of human waste from the bus's Blackwater tank off the Kinsey Street Bridge. Now, you're probably thinking, okay, that's gross, dumping your human waste into the Chicago River. Like, don't do that. That's gross. Well, what's even grosser is the fact that one of our wonderful architecture tour boats was going underneath the bridge at the time. And for anyone that lives in Chicago knows that the Kinsey Street Bridge is a graded bridge. There are holes through it. It is just a pure grate of a bridge to go over, meaning that human waste fell through those grates right on to the people, calling it what many refer to as a poopgate. And initially, the band members agreed to pay a $200,000 fine to fund environmental protection efforts and other related causes. They also donated $100,000 to two groups that protect the river and the surrounding area. Multiple people, I want to say upwards of 40 or so, were hospitalized, probably just with the ick. And I don't think anyone died, but it was a very memorable day in Chicago history.
Yeah, I've heard that story. I did not know that was the anniversary, though. I thought you were just going to a Dave Matthews Band concert, but I have heard that story before. And I wish, part of me wishes we had TikTok and social media like 22 years ago, so we would have had just the live video of.
Could you even imagine? Like, there's just what would come from that. But yeah, I guess he should change the name of his song to Number Two Step, right?
Yeah, I've been to one Dave Matthews Band concert, man. I went one time. I'm not. He was just in town, actually. I didn't go, but he was just in town. I don't know, maybe a month ago, at a new amphitheater that just opened up here in town. So,
Dave Matthews and country music are the two perfect like summertime vibe, like bands.
For sure.
Like just all of country music and all Dave Matthews. I just feel like it's just a summer vibe. Like, I don't think you can listen to Dave Matthews in the middle of winter. I think you have to listen to it
I think that's
the
fair.
Months of April and October at least, like anytime outside of that, you can't.
No, I think that's completely fair. Yeah, you want to talk, by the way, we'll get to some NFL here in a second. You want to talk about just random concert. Guess who was in town last? I did not go, but I kind of regret it after seeing videos. This would be more you and I. You're a little bit older than me, but not by much. You would have.
Wait. Let me guess. Hillary, is it Hillary Duff?
No.
Okay. All right.
It was
nostalgia tour.
Two male artists.
Okay. Chainsmokers, Black Keys.
So it was Neo and Akon were in town. Amphitheater. Right. And I'm actually upset I didn't go because I saw people's video and it's just hit after hit after hit. I mean, this was the kind of stuff I had on when I was in like junior high and high school, man.
Yeah, well, you're probably just so sick of love songs, right? You're so tired of tears, so done with this shit. You know, Akon too. Akon low key was in every song from 2000 to 2011. There wasn't
Yes.
literally any genre. There wasn't a song that came out in that time period where Akon wasn't featured on the track. So yeah, those two, that would have been a fantastic like nostalgia show. That would have just, you know, it's those kind of bands that or artists that every song you can just sing along every word to, and you're just like, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, I forgot about this song, right?
Yeah, it caused me to go back on Spotify or whatever and go and look up some of their songs. I didn't realize how many of them that I remembered as well. So anyway, yeah, okay. Happy Dave Matthews Band Day, and I guess maybe go
Yeah.
search an Akon song today, and you might be pleasantly surprised. But let's get to some NFL news. And training camps are well underway. We had our first preseason game, if you want to call it that, on Thursday night. I do want to talk about that here in about 15 minutes because we had two quarterbacks that actually look pretty darn good. But how much do you take away from a game like that between Arizona and Carolina? But multiple running backs got paid this week. You're a former running back, so you got to appreciate the running backs getting some love. Bijan Robinson, 3-year extension with the Falcons, worth up to $75 million, $51 million of which is guaranteed. Jahmyr Gibbs, a day or so later, gets his deal done with the Lions, 3 years, $67.5 million. Max value, though, historic amount of 75.75, so just above Robinson. So he held out he wanted to make sure he was the highest paid guy, so he held out just an extra day, $51.5 million in guaranteed money. And, you know, it was not that long ago, 3-4 years ago, Austin Eckler was having the Zoom calls, and the running backs were all banding together and trying to figure out why the league doesn't value them, why they're not getting paid. And while they're still not getting wide receiver money, like we know Bijan Robinson and Jahmyr Gibbs are more impactful players than somebody like Zay Flowers, yet Zay Flowers got more money than they did. So there is still that. But I think running backs now are at least getting closer to being fairly compensated category. Teams are valuing running backs again. Look at Kenneth Walker. He got paid this offseason, although suddenly he's the ninth highest paid running back in the same offseason that he was fourth. But because of these deals that have happened since, he's now the ninth highest paid back.
Yeah, as a former running back, I am just happy to see this trend coming back in style, right? You know, what's old is new again. You know, love to the running backs, respect to the position, because the ground game can still gain yards too, people. All right, just remember that. And I love to see this. Now, look, would I have ever in my wildest dreams ever thought that Bijan Robinson or Jahmyr Gibbs would be the top highest paid running backs in the history in the sport right now? I mean, probably not like a year or two ago, especially like with the way Derrick Henry was popping off and everything. But look, it's being good. It's kind of like how anyone makes their money, right? It's like you have to not only just be good at what you're doing, be very talented, but you also, the timing has to be right. And the timing was right for them with their deals coming up and then, you know, wanting to get paid. And look, for the Falcons and for the Lions, I think this is the move. Like, you have to keep those guys in-house. You got to keep them happy, got to keep them fed. It is funny to me, though, that, like, you've got these deals and they're still cheaper than what Adrian Peterson and Marshawn Lynch signed back in 2015, you know, at least per AAV, 29.4 million and 25.2 million respectively, which is it is funny. So it's like, you know, it's like, yeah, like they're making a lot of money, but also not nearly per year what running backs used to be valued at, which is a shame. And I also love this, that Bijan or Jahmyr Gibbs, I believe, is the early betting favorite to win 2026 Offensive Player of the Year. Like, the betting markets even know, like, yeah, he's favored to win Offensive Player of the Year. MVP, though, no. Running backs are not allowed to win that
That's
award.
right.
If Derrick Henry can pop off for 2,000 yards, the fifth most rushing yards in NFL history, in a year where Aaron Rodgers has his fourth best year of his career and Aaron Rodgers still wins MVP, then that should tell you that running backs are never going to win the MVP ever again. So I'm sorry, Jahmyr Gibbs. The highest you can get is Offensive Player of the Year, but at least you got a payday on the way there. So I'm here for it, man. Like, respect the running game.
Yeah, and look, you're right about the MVP. It's why myself and others have said we just need to call the MVP award the Tom Brady or Peyton Manning award because it just goes to quarterbacks. But look, Jonathan Taylor also with the Colts got another couple years added on. They reworked his deal, 2 years, $44 million contract extension, locks him in with the team through the 2028 NFL season. And at the same time, you have the Ravens signing Zay Flowers to a massive 4-year, $140 million extension, $108 million guaranteed. That's, to your point, just Zay Flowers, who's a very nice wide receiver, is getting significantly more money than these guys. Like, if we were to say impact to your team, Jahmyr Gibbs has a much greater impact to the Lions than Zay Flowers does to the Ravens. Right. And now maybe you think his impact's higher because the Ravens wide receiver room is not all that impressive. So Zay Flowers carries more value. But it is certainly better to be a wide receiver in this league still, even with the money catching up a little bit for running backs, that you have a world in which Zay Flowers is getting the kind of money that he's getting,
Yeah, tell me if you agree with this, Alex, but this Zay Flowers signing reminds me of the Christian Kirk signing a few years ago, probably about 4 or 5 years ago when the Jaguars signed him, made him I want to say they made him the top paid receiver in the sport, which completely reset the wide receiver market, and it made so many wide receivers start clamoring for more money. I believe Deebo Samuel in San Francisco, A.J. Brown when he was with Tennessee. That
Devontae
was
Adams, right?
He ended up getting traded. Devontae Adams, like everyone started holding out for more money. This Zay Flowers signing kind of feels like that. Like if I'm a football fan of the other 31 NFL teams, I'm probably wincing harder than a Ravens fan, considering how much Zay Flowers is going up against your own cap, because you got to know, like, if you've got a wide receiver, and I'd say a lot of teams do. Look, Zay Flowers is a very good player, but a lot of other NFL teams have better wide receivers than Zay Flowers. They're going to, when that contract comes up or even comes close to coming up, they're going to start clamoring for more money because Zay Flowers is sitting here resetting the market and making it tough. This is the 2026 Christian Kirk signing, in my opinion.
Yeah, and look, I guess, with all these numbers, this goes for the running backs as much as it does for Zay Flowers' wide receiver contract. We know the NFL is in this 10-plus year window, man, where the cap just consistently is going up at a higher percentage than it ever has, because they added all these international games. We know here we're a couple years away, probably, Austin, from seeing an additional game played every single year. We know they added all these new TV windows with the new streaming partners. So the benefit for the Ravens, for the Falcons, any of these other teams that gave out contracts this week is that it moves so quickly based off of the cap. And as I said, in one off season, a deal that looks like a ton of money suddenly becomes a pretty good market rate deal. I keep using Kenneth Walker's making almost $15 million a year. He signed with Kansas City this offseason. Everybody's like, wow, that's a ton of money. He was the 4th highest paid running back when he signed in March. He's now already the 9th highest paid running back. And I feel that's about right. To me, Kenneth Walker is like the 9th, 10th, 11th best running back in football. And now he's kind of already compensated that way. So we have to keep that in mind. A lot of these deals, even the Zay Flowers deal, fast forward 2 years from now, assuming he's still healthy, it won't be that big of a deal just because of where the salary cap continues to go.
Yeah. And, look, nobody's passing the ball. Nobody's running the ball without the big man up front. And to continue on the massive week for signings, were a few massive contracts for massive dudes. In Chicago, Darnell Wright getting his $116 million bag to 4-year extension. And the one that no one will mention, aside from me, only because I am immortally tied to this franchise for some godforsaken reason, Peter Skoronski, a 4-year, $100 million extension with $88 million guaranteed. The guard for the often forgotten Tennessee Titans. So Cam Ward's getting some protection for the long haul up front. But two massive offensive lineman signings. That's, I as a former running back, that's a position that I always would take care of. It's like whenever I would go over 100 yards, I'd always take them out for dinner, right? Like as a thank you to my guys. Even when I was in high school, obviously when I was in high school, the meals would usually be at CC's Pizza, where you could get the all-you-could-eat buffet for like $5.99, right? Like that was normally where I was taking them, but I still walked out of there with a pretty hefty bill.
Yeah, I figured you were going. Yeah, CC's, Buffalo Wild Wings back in high
Yeah.
school was a popular
Yeah.
thing, something like that.
Yeah,
Yeah, the
like Ruby Tuesdays with the salad bar, like just like, all right, what can I get the most bang for my buck here? Because these boys are
man,
going to
I
eat a
haven't
lot,
heard.
and I don't have the money.
I haven't heard Ruby Tuesdays in years. Are they still around or are they closed? There's none around here. Are they closed across the country? Are they still a thing?
I think there are a few left. I believe there are some in Tennessee. It was founded in Knoxville, so I guess that would make sense that it's like close to the hub. But I do believe there are still some in Tuesday. I used to work at a Ruby Tuesday, not to brag.
Really? Man, that place, for whatever reason, I think I only went there twice in my life. Like Ruby Tuesdays was never a place I really went. It was more of a Buffalo Wild Wings way back in the day, Applebee's, and now
Sure.
like most of the Applebee's in the area here are closed now too. So
Yeah, bad enough I worked at Ruby Tuesdays. I worked at a Ruby Tuesdays in the mall. So like, and it's like if you're got a Ruby Tuesdays in the mall, nobody ever goes to the mall to eat at Ruby Tuesdays. People are at the mall and they see the Ruby Tuesdays and then maybe they'll venture in. But nobody ever is like, hey, let's go to that Ruby Tuesdays at the mall to eat dinner tonight. I did not.
Yeah,
get
I'm
many
sure
tips at
you
that
were.
job.
I was gonna say, I'm sure you weren't making too much money doing that then at the time.
No.
If that's the traffic you were getting in.
No, not at all. And they're not dead yet, but we can go ahead and say it. Rest in peace, Ruby Tuesday.
All right, coming up next, let's keep talking NFL, but we had some football on Thursday night, Hall of Fame game. I'm sure Austin hated it because it's too early for football for him, but we'll talk about the Hall of Fame game, which provided plenty of entertainment. 2 quarterback performances. What does it say about them moving forward? We'll do that next here on Westwood One Sports. right, we're back here. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you on BetMGM Game Day. We will get to the list in about 20 minutes or so. A couple items, people, things, whatever it may be that we add to the list this week. Things that are bugging us, sports or non-sports. I'll get to mine coming up in a little bit. I think Austin might actually agree with me on this one, even if he sometimes gets a little tired of the attention a certain individual gets. But let's get to the Hall of Fame game a little bit, man. Did you watch Thursday night at all? Because I was so excited knowing that it typically isn't a good game, but it's just the sounds in the background, the NBC coverage, hearing Mike Tirico and Collinsworth. I couldn't wait. And then little did we know we would end up with actually a really fun finish.
Keep in mind, my evenings, I might as well go dive into a 20-foot deep pool filled with estrogen. That is what my nights are. I've got a wife. I have got 2 young daughters, and I have got even my dog is a girl. Okay. Like, it's just so much lady energy in my house. However, despite that, and it's not just lady energy, because I don't want to dispel ladies. It's lady energy that does not care for football in the least. And that's both my wife and my 2 little girls. Okay. So despite that, I was able to navigate through that deep jungle of a forest and find my way to turning on the TV around playtime just before bedtime. I turned on the Hall of Fame game. Got a little Mike Tirico fix, right? I got the first few plays of the Carolina Panthers drive, and then I'm not even going to blame my daughters on this one. I just checked out. I was like, what is this? It's not even a starter in sight. It is literally just it's just a bunch of people that will probably be out of work in a month playing football on my TV right now. And now look, I know I sound like you when watching UFL football right now, but that's essentially what this is. At least UFL is actually regular season football, and those guys are actually.
Okay.
They are employed. What you're watching is the precursor to UFL. Everyone you watched on Thursday night in that Hall of Fame game is more than likely. And look, I don't want to pile on, but that's just the nature of the beast. You know, what is it? Most people go pro in something other than sports. That's these are the guys that are just trying to go pro in sports before probably going pro in something other than sports.
No, there's a good chunk of players that were playing on Thursday night that won't make the league, but Carson Beck's on an NFL roster, probably going to start games this year in the NFL. Haynes King,
possibly,
the way he looked as well, he's going to make the Panthers roster. And he's not going to play this year, but he's going to make the roster. There's some guys like that. I get what you're saying. The fourth quarter, sometimes some of the wide receivers that are like technically the 9th receiver for the Panthers, whatever. Yeah, those guys are probably not going to make the team, and they're likely going to be in spring football or something like this. I'll tell you, man, for the Hall of Fame game, it was the most entertaining one I can remember. And I know the bar is very, very low for a Hall of Fame game. But 33-30, essentially a walk-off touchdown run by Haynes King, who was fun to watch throughout the night. The quarterback play was actually pretty darn good. Now I'll say, you can attest to this even more than I can. That was a game in which both teams had the most simplistic defenses that you'll ever see, because it's the first game of the year, and nobody's coming up with complex coverage looks or blitzes or anything like that. So like they did what they should do in those particular spots. But I just loved having it back on TV, man. I know we get quote unquote real preseason next week where everybody's in action and you can see some of the top rookies play if they're, who's going to be available, who's not going to be available.
You said it was the best Hall of Fame game that you can remember. How many Hall of Fame games can you remember, Alex?
I watch every year. Now, I'll admit this is the first one that I watched in the fourth quarter in a long time and paid attention to in a long time. But whenever that first Hall of Fame game is, because, as I said, I like just the sounds of the game, even the Sunday Night Football intro, all that was awesome to have again. But normally by halftime, I'm like, okay, all right, I got my fix, I'm out. But this game was plenty of scoring early on. The game went over. Some of us are sicker than others. Thank you, BetMGM. I'm 1-0 on betting so far in the NFL season. The over, we already got the over. You got to make sure the BetMGM app or whatever is still working. You got to make sure you get to the regular season. I just had to make sure it was good.
it's your preseason too, right? Like you have to
That's
get
right.
in. This is your training camp, so yeah, you have to make sure your betting skills are sharp heading into week one. I get that aspect of it, and look, I'm not shocked that I did go back. I watched all the highlights and everything. Got caught up onto kind of what went on in the game. I'm not shocked to see Haynes King and Carson Beck have great nights. I mean, those are two guys that are 6-year guys, 5, 6-year guys in college, played for multiple universities, and now they're on a new team in the pros. And with the way college football is now, you could essentially say, they, in a way, kind of are veterans in the league because, that maturation process for playing for multiple schools and then going to a new team in the NFL. I mean, it's just another old hat for them. Now, granted, they are playing against, second, third, fourth teamers on defense. So it's not like they're going to be going up against the tests that they'll face every Sunday, but it was good to see, especially Carson Beck, a guy who, was kind of even, I mean, he basically cakewalked his way to the national title in a sense. And even in the national title, faced some adversity and nearly still came back and won that game. And still, I feel like didn't get the recognition or the praise he deserved. And then Thursday night at the Hall of Fame game, he puts together a pretty solid game, and people are like, "Oh yeah, maybe you know what? Maybe Carson Beck could be a serviceable backup in this league." And with Jacoby Brissett, there may be, like you said, a few weeks where he ends up starting.
Well, that's the thing. When do you think he will start, and how many games do we see from Carson Beck? We all know the loaded quarterback draft class is coming up next year. There's a huge argument that you quote unquote should want to tank. I know that's not how organizations in the NFL operate, but for the long term of that franchise, they're probably better not winning many games. And as good as Carson Beck looked, truly, Jacoby Brissett starting could screw this whole plan up. Like Jacoby Brissett is going to win some games for them this year, even if it's a handful. But Carson Beck, as good as he looked, you're probably less likely to win games. Either way, I would just want to know what we have in Carson Beck. So to me, he should be playing at least 4+ games this year for the Cardinals, either because you just want to get your answer one way or another and be done with Carson Beck by the end of the year, or because of draft pick scenarios. Like I'm worried if Jacoby Brissett starts, all the games this year, and I don't think he will, but if he did, they might win an extra game. And that could be the difference between getting, whoever you think will be the top quarterback, Dante Moore versus Manning versus whoever in the draft in April, May.
Well, I guarantee you, no one in that office is looking to get higher draft picks. Everyone in that office is looking to win, especially Mike LaFleur in his first year. And him paired with Nathaniel Hackett at offensive coordinator. I do feel like you will see some great progress, and it may be one of those things where it's not even necessarily Jacoby Brissett plays himself out of the job. It may just be the fact that Carson Beck plays his way into it, because I mean, if anyone in the LaFleur family touches a quarterback, I feel like it's a recipe for success. And so I feel like, yeah, if I'm the Cardinals, I'm playing Jacoby Brissett as long as possible. You have to, because their job's on the line, and Mike LaFleur, you don't want to come out and poop the bed your first year as a head coach of the franchise. Like, you want to win, minimum 5-6 games. I don't know if they can, but, you got Jeremiah Love there, which is going to be a weapon. You got Marvin Harrison Jr. I just feel like this should be a team that is, I think, will be better than they have. The problem they face is that division they are in is arguably the toughest in football. And they have brutal to go up against that 6 times, every year. So that's gonna be the downside of it all. But I say you go with Jacoby Brissett until the wheels fell off.
Yeah, I mean, I think he will get plenty of games to start, but you're right. You want to win if you're the new regime, but there is still that balance, and from the outside a little bit, man, where if it's week 12 and you've already got 3 or 4 wins, it's week 12, and you look at what what the Dolphins are doing, you look at the Raiders are doing, even though they already have their quarterback in their mind, Mendoza, finishing with 6 wins and now having the 7th pick or 6th pick instead of finishing with 4 wins and having the number 1, number 2 pick and not ever seeing Carson Beck play, that to me still from an organizational aspect is not a spot that is good for them long term. So it's kind of tricky with the front office and ultimately how they decide. Jacoby Brissett got a new deal, but he's also not making anywhere near the kind of money that most starters are making. So I'll be curious how long the leash is for him. But I've seen him play, so have you, enough that he's not going to be horrific. He's going to be serviceable for them.
Yeah, he'll definitely be serviceable. So I'm because like we know what Jacoby Brissett is, right? Like Jacoby Brissett, he's not, it's not a terrible quarterback to have in your quarterback room as a backup or as a starter. Like he's stepped up and won some big games for some franchises over the years. I would, look, I look at the Titans quarterback room. If Cam Ward went down, I would gladly take a Jacoby Brissett in that quarterback room to back up Cam Ward, right? Like, but I'm wondering, like, let's say the Cardinals get off to a 4-8 start. Are you then turning over to Carson Beck just to see what he is? Because what if Carson Beck, obviously, again, he looked great in the Hall of Fame game, but that's against 2s, 3s, and 4s. Him facing a really good NFL defense, especially it's one of those defenses in that division, it's going to be a nightmare for him to just be thrown to the wolves at. I almost feel like you have to just go with Jacoby Brissett for the long haul because I don't know if he's healthy, you got to go with him. If he's not,
but you would say like Carson Beck. There's no way. Like, give me a scenario where Carson Beck is the Week 1 starter next year. I don't see it. And by the way, Minshew's still ahead of him on the depth chart this year too.
But you're saying you want him to get some starts this year just to kind of see what you have. I want to
see. Yeah, I want to see him get some starts. So you just know, you can go ahead and just know if he's even part of your plans moving forward. And also, I don't want to. This is where the head coach part wouldn't agree, but I don't want to finish with 7 wins if I'm the Cardinals this year with Jacoby Brissett. That does absolutely nothing for me. If anything, it hurts my future.
Yeah. Yeah, but if you go out and you get a, you let's say you draft a Dante Moore or whatever, Trinidad Chambliss, whatever it may be, then you have a quarterback, and then you've still got a Jacoby Brissett to throw out for the first few weeks of next year, and then go and.
Yeah, I mean, I guess. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. Obviously, the Raiders have Kirk Cousins with Mendoza's.
Right.
We'll see
exactly.
How it plays out. Some teams throw the rookie in right away. I just think the worst, like if you ask me, the worst case scenario for the Cardinals this year is that Brissett plays 14 plus games, they win 6 or 7, bad enough to get them outside the top 3 in the draft, and they don't get one of the top 2 or 3 quarterbacks, and so they get more of a fringe guy in the first round, where there might be 5 or 6 quarterbacks taken in the first round, by the way, but you get one of the middle of the road ones, and then you're not set up for the future as well. I don't know. It's a tricky spot.
Right.
Jacoby Brissett. But you want to know the truth? I would not even have signed Jacoby Brissett again this year. I have Gardner Minshew and Carson Beck. I just would have rolled with that this year.
Yeah, no, I like both those guys. I love both those guys. And what happens if Carson Beck sees the field this year, and he comes out and he ends up being like the next Bo Nix or something, right? Like where he's
then
like,
good. Then you can trade down in the draft next year and stockpile picks.
Okay, all right.
And
then you'd roll with him in the next year. Okay.
Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm glad we settled out. We figured all of Arizona Cardinals' plans of problems heading into 2026 based off of one Hall of Fame game.
That's right. The Panthers get the win, though, against the Cardinals, 33-30. By the way, this segment is sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting small businesses with affordable coverage options. Get a quote today at progressivecommercial.com. Up next, Austin and I add an item or two to the list, something that's been bugging us, sports or non-sports. We'll do that next.
Game lines, headlines, and hard opinions. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM players will receive an MLB Odds Boost token and an MLB Parlay Boost token. All you have to do to use that is use the token, MLB Bets, to your bet slip, and then activate the respective token. If you win your wager that was made with either token, you'll win and receive extra winnings in unrestricted bonus dollars only at BetMGM. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you. We're still just getting started here on another great Saturday. We are counting down the Saturdays till college football. Of course, the Sundays till the start of the NFL season. But I believe now we are in a window, Austin, from now till February, where we have football every single week. We have actually made it to that point in time. The long summer is over. And I know we'll talk some baseball later, but football is back.
It is a truly great feeling knowing that with each passing day, we are closer and closer to the regular season of UFL football. I'm just as excited as you are, Alex. I know.
Yeah. I'm just shocked that the league hasn't made an announcement that another team has disbanded by the time we got to this
all
week's
right.
show.
We don't need your negative energy.
Occurrence.
It's a Saturday. We don't need that negative energy around here.
All right, man, let's get to the list. We add an item or two, a person sometimes to the list. What's bothering us this week, sports or not sports? Last week, you added people who overreact to training camp. I added Infantino, FIFA's president, and that mess and the corruption that continues. We've added guys like Tom Brady before, Netflix adding live channels, or Dominican model who tried to kidnap me. NFL schedule, you name it, all kinds of stuff. So I'll start. Mine's sports related. So I'll start this week. I don't know if you saw an article that came out from ESPN this week, and from a writer that, generally speaking, I think is very good and normally is not hot takey, Bill Barnwell. And I don't think we've had Bill on this show, but I've had him on my local show before. And he had a column about essentially team by team projecting future Hall of Famers, right? This player's already in. This player has work to do. So he went team by team. So for the Buffalo Bills, he listed already being in Josh Allen. And I tend to agree, by the way. I think Josh Allen would be a Hall of Famer, and I think he's going to be. He's one of the best quarterbacks in football. So this is not me hating on Josh Allen. However, for whatever reason, Bill Barnwell, in his write-up on Josh Allen, had to include one part that legitimately is one of the dumbest things I've seen someone say in the quarterback comparison argument of the last decade. So, for example, let me read you this. He says, Allen would be the quarterback on the all-decade first team if it were to be released tomorrow. Although there would be at least some debate about instead awarding it to Lamar Jackson or Patrick Mahomes. Huh? Excuse me? The all-decade quarterback, as in the best quarterback of the last 6 years. He says, is Josh Allen? Are we out of our minds? In what world? I mean, there's a debate, if you want to have one, I can have with you about who currently, heading into this year, you would rather have as your quarterback. I still think it's Mahomes. I'll admit I'm biased. I'm in Kansas City. What there cannot be a single debate on is who has been the best NFL quarterback since 2020. What are we talking about? First team all decade? Bill Barnwell's on the list.
You know what's funny? So obviously going to school at Mizzou and living in St. Louis for a little bit, there's a lot of people I follow that have Kansas City ties, live and work in Kansas City. You, of course, being one of them. I saw, your Twitter feed. I saw a few others from KC, or just KC fans, literally blowing up this, Josh Allen versus Patrick Mahomes debate on my feed all week. And I did not know what the source of it was. I didn't know who lit the match to this forest fire. And I'm happy to know now that it is Bill Barnwell. That was the one that literally was like, it's like you see the house burning and that meme of that little girl turning around and looking at the camera. That's Bill Barnwell. He knows exactly what he's doing.
Well, that's the thing,
exactly
Austin.
What he's doing.
It's like you're either, honestly, like you're either not very smart or you're doing it for clicks. And that's not normally who Bill Barnwell is. But the whole article, remember, the article was supposed to just be who is on track to be a Hall of Famer right now. But he had to include the snippet, for whatever reason, it had nothing to do with the article, that, oh, by the way, if there was an all-decade first-team quarterback, oh, yeah, it'd be Josh Allen right now, not Patrick Mahomes. But we could have a debate about Mahomes and Jackson. What?
We got to have follow-up questions, though. Maybe Bill Barnwell's in one of those all-decade fantasy leagues where they have 2 quarterback position slots. You don't know. I mean, we just have to.
He said
maybe
first
we should get
team.
Bill Barnwell on the show.
Josh Allen would be second team.
Well, maybe there's like 2 first-team quarterbacks, you know? Would you accept that? Would you accept Josh Allen to be the other? Because honestly, if you think about it, if Patrick Mahomes never existed, you know, if we went back in time and punched baby Patrick Mahomes to where he could never develop to be what he is today, Josh Allen could very well have the career that Patrick Mahomes had, because it was Patrick Mahomes many a time that stood in the way of Josh Allen going on to win even bigger games.
Yeah, Mahomes is 4-0 against him in the postseason. Now, last year, the problem with that argument is last year, there was no Lamar, there was no Mahomes, there was no Burrow.
Yeah.
There was Bo Nix and Drake May, and he had his worst playoff game of his career, and he threw the ball to the opponent, almost quite literally, just handed the ball to their opponent multiple times in their game.
Yeah,
so Josh Allen's incredible. Mahomes has certainly been a deterrent, but there's no world where over the last 6 years, Mahomes has not been the best quarterback in football.
Bill Barnwell, you monster. You are added to our list, and you are on there forever now, man. I hate to tell it to you, but it once you are on the list, you don't get off the list. So Bill Barnwell added to the list. I love it.
Absolutely. All right, where are you going?
All right, so this isn't sports related, which is why I'm glad you went sports related. I've got a non-sports thing to add to the list. I flew to my hometown, Nashville, this past week, and obviously there are countless things at the airport that we could add to the list. But for me, I'm adding one of the first things that you encounter at the airport. When you walk up to the gate agent to check a bag, and you're like fumbling through your bag, looking for your ID, you know, with enough anxiety to kill a man, you know, because you don't want to hold up the line behind you. Then you deadlift your suitcase up onto that scale while simultaneously saying a prayer that it's 49.9 pounds or less, just so you don't have to pay a fee and open it up in front of everyone to take things out of your bag, you know, because it took you 15 minutes just to zipper that thing shut. And that's when the lady hits you with one of the questions, the worst questions known to man. Do you have any lithium-ion batteries in your bag? I'm sorry, what? Look, lady, do I look like I work at Best Buy? Did I accidentally wear my khaki pants and my Geek Squad polo to the airport again? How in the hell am I supposed to know the quantum science of the inside of the batteries in my suitcase? I packed this thing while half asleep at 5:30 this morning. I didn't even know if I packed enough underwear, let alone the batteries inside are lithium ion. Lady, do I look like Al Einstein? Lithium ion sounds like something NASA invented. Do I look like I'm the crew chief for the Artemis 2? I know I look half dead this morning, but lady, I am not Steve Jobs. I can't even plug in a USB drive the right way. You think I know if there's lithium and or ion in that suitcase? It's bad enough these airlines have me freaked out that the plane will crash if I don't put my phone on airplane mode. But now I have to be worried about the internal juices that keep my batteries powered inside the bag. And I'll be honest, I always say no, even though I don't know. And if you saw how long it took me to download Frozen 2 on my daughter's Amazon tablet, you'd realize that. So look, if the plane goes down because of the batteries that are in my bag, look, hand raised. That's my bad, y'all, okay? Yeah, I'll own that one. Just know that I'm lying to that gate agent's face every single time. Do I have lithium-ion batteries in my bag? No. When inside I know, I don't know. I very well could, lady. This entire bag could be lithium-ion. Are my socks lithium-ion? I don't know. So gate agents asking if your bag has any lithium-ion batteries in it, you're added to the list.
I'm with you on the question though. Usually my laptop though, I will say, is in my personal item or whatever, right? I carry that as a carry-on or whatever, so it's not a problem. But you're right. I don't know for sure. Like technically, is there my iPad if I don't have it packed with me? I'm not sure. Yeah. I don't think I've ever said yes, and maybe I should have.
Look, lady, I'll tell you what I have in my bag. I've got headphones. I've got a razor, an electric razor, an electric toothbrush. I've got some AirPods in there. Like I don't know what of those are lithium ion or what aren't. Okay, I didn't. Sorry, lady, I didn't pack my periodic table with me. Okay, I don't know what lithium ion is. But I'm just going to tell you that and I say it so confidently too. I'm like, no, I don't know. No, of course I don't. What I look like an idiot? Of course I didn't pack. Everyone knows that you do not pack lithium-ion batteries in your suitcase. Only dum-dums do, and I'm certainly not that, lady.
Now I'm thinking when we've flown for work with our equipment to do remote broadcasts, we check our bag or whatever. They ask the same question, Austin, and we always say, no, I don't know. Maybe I think our equipment might, but I'm not sure. So
You're right.
That's
When you travel with radio equipment, how you expect me to know? I don't know. Does my podcast mic have lithium ion in it? Does the mic sleeve does the mic sleeve have lithium ion in it? I don't know. Okay, I don't know, lady.
That is the list, adding TSA, or I guess just the gate agent to the list. The other new thing all of a sudden, right, is the portable battery packs, right? You have to have them visible when you're in your seat now. You're not allowed to have them in your bag. That's another new wrinkle that they have added to airline travel. But up next, let's talk baseball. The trade deadline has come and gone. What does it actually mean for some of the betting odds? We'll do that next. Noon out east here on Westwood One Sports. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you. Hanging out on another Saturday. We will get back into the NFL. We continue doing our divisional previews. We'll be turning our attention to the AFC East here in about 20 minutes. Take a look at the New England Patriots, who, of course, were in the Super Bowl, won that division a year ago. Are they in line for regression, or is this still their division to lose? We all know the Miami Dolphins appear to be in a bit of a rebuild right now with brand new coaching staff. So we'll talk about some of the over-unders for all those teams as well in just a little bit. You guys can call or text in 310-840-4910, 310-840-4910. You can also watch the show over on YouTube and Twitch. Just search BetMGM tonight. But let's talk a little baseball, Austin. We've made it to the month of August. The trade deadline is in the rearview mirror. Last Saturday, when we were on this show, we were waiting for kind of the big blockbuster trade. It took until Sunday for the Skubal trade to go down, and that was the headliner, right? There were some other moves. Freddie Peralta was traded, some other position players, but the big splash was what we expected, and there weren't any real surprises. I guess if maybe you want to include Adley Rutschman going from the Orioles to the Red Sox in an in-division trade, although most people thought Adley Rutschman was going to get traded this past offseason after Basallo got that extension, that the young prospect, now not on prospect anymore, but it was at the time. So I think we start with the Dodgers, and they were always the favorite. I know there was a report at one point in time from Jeff Passan that maybe the Braves would have been able to put together a package, but Skubal ends up a Dodger, so you get the reigning back-to-back AL Cy Young Award winner, joins an already loaded roster. They are, of course, the World Series favorites at BetMGM at plus 155. To me, what's the side benefit of this trade for the Dodgers, other than the obvious of who they're getting, it allows you to make sure Shohei Ohtani is 100% good to go, come playoff time, and let's be real, come World Series time.
Yeah, not just Ohtani, but Glasnow, Snell, literally all of the injuries that they've got on that roster, just to their pitching staff. You can talk about they're on their third. They're three deep at catcher right now with Dalton Rushing and both Will Smith on the IL as well. This is the thing I don't understand about this trade is the price tag that Tarik Skubal came for, because the Dodgers gave up their number 25 ranked prospect, number 5 ranked in their system, but number 25 overall, and their number 68 overall. They did not give up a ton. Like, the Dodgers farm system is still massively loaded, and even after the Tarik Skubal trade, meaning plenty of other teams could have put together a package that beat out the Dodgers, but nobody did. And I don't understand that, because if the season ended today, the Dodgers would be in the wild card round of the playoffs. They're the 3 seed in the National League, just like they were last year. They would have to go through a whole extra round to make it to a 3rd straight World Series. If you're the Braves, who were heavily favored to land Skubal, as Jeff Passan noted and predicted, if you are the Milwaukee Brewers, who you are trying to lock up not just that division against the surging Cubs team right behind you that is nipping at your heels, but also to then finally go out and do something in the playoffs, because that is a Brewers team that always makes it to the playoffs, but then does nothing once October finally comes. Why would you not go all in? Why would you not go out and get this Cy Young winner and add him to your roster? I don't understand it, because this was the year. And fans of those teams will always do the PR work for those teams and those general managers and those owners and say, well, we didn't want to give up our prospects. Why? Why do you not want to why do we hold on to prospects like they're 401ks? Like, why? Like, you're not going to get, they're not going to accrue what's the insurance or whatever. They're not going to add value over time, right? Like, it doesn't make any sense to me why these teams don't push their chips to the center of the table and say, yeah, you know what, we're going all in. The only team that does that year in and year out is the freaking Los Angeles Dodgers, and that's why they continue to win. Like, the opportunity is there. There is one other team that does that, and that's the San Diego Padres. They go all in every single year, and it just doesn't work out for them. But literally, like, the Brewers, the Braves, like, why are you guys not going all in? The Braves did a few years ago in 2021 when they went out and got Jock Peterson, and they loaded up at the deadline. And then guess what they did? They went and won the World Series. Like, I just don't like that GMs are so scared to hold on to these prospects. And you see it a lot in the NFL too. Only it's not prospects, it's draft picks. People are so scared to trade away those draft picks. But then you see teams like the Rams saying F those picks, trade away basically all of them, go all in to win a Super Bowl, and guess what happens? They go in and they win a Super Bowl. So I don't understand why people think like a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush in sports. It's not. Like, throw that bird in the bush and go get a damn ring for that hand.
I think there's no question franchises at times overvalue prospects and fans overvalue prospects, and they're terrified of losing them. I think you're absolutely right there. Now, I will say, I think that there still is a difference, and it speaks to the bigger issue we'll get to about the CBA here in a second. The Dodgers can afford, Austin, to give away some of their top prospects because it's not how they build their organization. I understand we had a caller a couple weeks ago that, yes, they have homegrown players. Yes, they do. But they can overcome that one gap in their lineup and go and spend money to fix it because they did not do a good job developing a certain position over the last 4 years. For the Brewers,
Sure.
For the Rays, for these other markets where their TV deal is 10 times less of a TV deal, they have to nail it, right? Like they absolutely have to nail it because it has a larger impact. That'd be my only pushback. But the other part of it is simply, right, there's owners that should be spending more money than they do. There are owners that didn't want to take on the final half a season, 2 months of Scooble's contract. It sounds like it shouldn't be a problem, but it's a lot of money for some owners that they cry poor.
Yeah, no, and you're right. And you're looking at it from the 10,000-foot scope. And I don't disagree with anything you just said. What I'm looking at is this instance right here, right now with Tarek Skubal. Tarek Skubal is not a free agent. They didn't go out and sign Tarek Skubal to a $100 million contract. They traded for him. Like, they don't have to pay a dime to Tarek Skubal until.
But there's still a lot of money attached for 2 months. I mean, I don't know the math.
Sure.
2 months, 30-something million divided by whatever. Like, it's not like they're only adding $1 million.
But then it's, you've got teams like the Brewers right now are better than the Dodgers in the standings. The Braves right now are better than the Dodgers in the standings. So it's not like these are, teams that can't field like a competitive team. Like, these are teams that are literally competing with the big bad Dodgers. So in a year like this, where you have a better record than them and where you need that linchpin. Imagine if you're the Milwaukee Brewers and you have Jacob Mizorowski and Tarek Skubal in a rotation in an NLDS where you only have to win 3 games. You essentially have 2 built-in wins right there with those 2 starters in a series. And you have you put a team on the ropes going down 2-0 in a best of 5. Like, you're basically have a cakewalk to the NLCS. So that's why I don't understand why teams like the Brewers just don't go all in. It's frustrating as a baseball fan, and for people that hate the Dodgers, I understand the frustration. I understand the hatred towards the Dodgers, but it's also like, why aren't these teams stepping up? Why is no one else stepping up and doing this? Because and again, I understand what you're saying, free agency, all of that. Like, when they go out and sign free agents, that's a totally different argument. But for this instance right here, the opportunity was there and nobody seized it.
No, I get your point about, hey, if this is the year you think you can make it happen, go be ultra aggressive. I'm not even saying about free agency. My point is the Brewers trading their prospects is way different than the Dodgers trading their prospects. What I'm, meaning the Brewers trading their prospects, that's their lifeblood still of their organization. The Dodgers, it's not as detrimental if they whiff on the trade or whatever it may be. But I totally get your point.
Yeah.
Like, hey, this might be your only year in the next decade, though. If you're Milwaukee,
right,
go for it. Screw the next 5. Well, I totally get your point. I think fans agree with you for the most part on that too.
This year specifically, because there's probably going to be a lockout next year. We don't know when we're getting baseball again. And then you lose a year of Jacob Mizorowski's career, right? Like, you lose a year of when he could be another dominant starter in your rotation. So, like, you're being robbed of what is to come. So you basically have to play, every GM should have been playing this trade deadline like it's the last trade deadline ever. Like, this is it. This is the last baseball season ever, because we don't know what's to come with this CBA going on the table next year. And you don't know how many years off of your top players. Like the Phillies. The Phillies went out and got Luis Arraez, which I loved. And they're now shuffling their lineup around. Bryce Harper's moving to the outfield again. Like, I love that they went out and got that, because that is, the Phillies are a team that I think could make a run at a World Series just with that offense and those starters. Like, and they went out and they did it. Next year, you could miss out on a year of Bryce Harper's prime, of Kyle Schwarber's prime, of Bryson Stott's prime. Like, you could miss out on all of that, right? Now it's like, so they went out and they did something about it. I just wish, like, the Brewers, I think, are the team I'm most disappointed at, because you could have locked up a surefire path to the NLCS and you just didn't do it.
Looking at BetMGM odds, if you're watching on YouTube and Twitch, you can see it on your screen. But you got the Dodgers sitting there at plus 150, the Yankees 5.5 to 1 with the second best odds, and the Brewers third best odds in all of baseball. But yeah, they're on the NL side. They're going to have to deal with the Dodgers before you even get to the World Series. 8 to 1, Braves, you mentioned them, 9.5 to 1, Boston 10 to 1, and the Chicago Cubs are 11 to 1. Those are your odds right now over at BetMGM. Look, the betting markets right now, I mean, based off of what happened at the trade deadline, if you're just looking for value, I still think the Atlanta Braves are very much an interesting team at 9.5 to 1. The challenge I get in with any NL team for this market is just the reality that before you even get there, you got to get to the Dodgers. At least with the Yankees at 5.5 to 1. If the Yankees can get their bats healthy, I mean, they got so many injuries right now. If they're healthy by October, I think the Yankees can absolutely win the American League. And then you take your shot at the World Series, and you got a 5.5 to 1 ticket, and maybe you hedge when you get to the World Series. It's just tricky to bet on a Brewers or a Cubs or a Braves, knowing that I have to basically have a World Series before I even get to the World Series taking on the Dodgers.
Yeah, it sucks what the Yankees are kind of going through with not just their captain, but yeah, Cody Bellinger on the IL. Which is one of the reasons why they went on and got Luis Garcia Jr. But I do love, I mean, and it kind of breathed life into, and it's funny to say you breathe life to a team that's, around first place, but they did breathe life with the call up of George Lombard Jr. this week. Obviously son of, old Braves prospect, which just makes me feel old, George Lombard, but that kid looks good, man. That kid, if I'm I'd be excited if I was a pinstriper for the emergence of him. And if you can add that to the lineup, and then you can also get healthy, if you can get Judge and Bellinger back, that would be a scary lineup that going into October.
Yeah, and they can move. Yeah, Luis Garcia Jr., of course, they traded from the Nationals. He's been batting third in their lineup, but to your point, if they get all these other guys back healthy, all of a sudden, if Garcia's batting, I don't know, 7th for you or 8th for you, okay, that really lengthens out your lineup.
Yeah, seriously. And it's it's kind of a, we were just talking about the Dodgers. Like, I've had this take for a while and I've been sitting on it. But it does feel to me like, and I know the Yankees aren't doing this, but it feels to me like a team like the Dodgers they kind of manipulate the IL. Like they use the IL to their advantage, and they know how and when to push their starters to get back, because Blake Snell pitching maybe maybe 2 or 3 games this year already, and then Glasnow, I don't even know if Glasnow's maybe pitched it's been less than a handful of games already this year, and they've been on the IL for most of the year, but everyone is anticipating their return. And they did this last year, they did this 2 years ago even, both years resulting in World Series wins for them. It's almost like they save these pitchers' arms until September, and then they get them ramped up and have them pitching their best when October baseball comes. And I don't know anything. This is just my hypothetical feeling of how it works, but they've done that the last 2 years, and it's resulted, and it's worked. And now here they are again for a third straight year where they're dealing with significant injuries and in the meantime, in the interim, while your Glasnows and your Snells are on the IL, and even really take Shohei out of the mix this year with him not starting the rest of the year, you bring up guys, like Emmett Sheehan and a bunch of the pitchers that they've got in their organization, and they're getting they're facing live major league hitting. Like they're getting experience. Oh wow, your big dogs sit on the porch waiting to return. So it's weird. I don't know if the Dodgers are doing it intentionally. It feels that way. And I don't know if other teams are eventually going to pick up on that and maybe even try the same. I obviously the Dodgers, like you said earlier, like they're lucky enough because they're so deep, but it does feel like it is like and I wouldn't put it past the Dodgers because they're a great front office. They've figured out just about everything it takes to not just be a winning product, but be there on the doorstep every single year. So if that's the case, I don't know. It could start a new trend once we get baseball back in 2028 or whenever it comes back after next year.
Right. Yeah, I mean, they're extremely well run. We know that. And I don't fault them for anything that they've done. They've been a huge source of the conversation around the CBA and why we need a cap and the floor and all these conversations about owners in baseball, but they're not breaking any rules. They're doing what we all wish our team would do. If we were a fan of the Dodgers, you'd be thrilled, right? If anybody that's a fan of another team wishes your organization operated the same way. Now, most of them can't because of the TV contract the Dodgers have that 90% of the league does not have, but they're not breaking any rules. So that's why when they go and trade for Skubal, I don't get mad at the Dodgers. It's a baseball problem. It's not a Dodgers problem. So, yeah, would I like somebody else to win the World Series this year? Sure, of course. Sports fans never want to see, repeat or back-to-back-to-back winners, and we see that in the NFL all the time. It's why people hate the Patriots, why people now don't like the Chiefs. Nobody wants to see the same teams winning. But they're not doing anything that anybody else wouldn't want their team to do as well. But we'll see. I'm afraid, like you said, that we're going to see multiple weeks, if not months, of baseball missed in 2027 because this is clearly an issue that has to be at least figured out to a certain extent, and it's going to be unfortunate for fans, and you're going to lose a lot of fans in the process.
Just in time for the All-Star game to come to my backyard at Wrigley Field. Like, perfect. The year that we're going to get the All-Star game back to Wrigley for the first time since, 1990 or something, baseball is going to go on a lockout. Perfect. Awesome. Cool. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Well, maybe that'll
CBA.
be opening weekend for baseball. Maybe they'll just turn that into opening week of baseball.
They open the season with the All-Star game?
That might be it, man. They might have to, the way things are trending. Your Cubs are in town here, by the way. I'm going to the Cubs game tonight. They're in my backyard for the weekend. So I actually have never seen Pete Crow Armstrong play in person, so I'm looking forward to that.
He's great, and he is on a tear right now. There's a chance with what he just did against the Dodgers, with the Cubs sweeping the Dodgers in Wrigley this week. PCA, man, he is turning some heads, and he is somehow, as just a position player, and I say just a position player, somehow looking like he may steal that MVP away from Shohei.
I think he's going to win
half the season at a Cy Young level, and put together the same batting statistics as PCA. There's a chance he may rip that MVP away from him.
I think he's going to win. Over at BetMGM, he's basically even money. I mean, he's minus 110 to win MVP. Yeah. Yes, if he stays healthy, I actually think, especially going back to what we just said, voters as well, voter fatigue happens with these MVP awards. I think he'll have that on his side as well. We'll get back to baseball a little bit later on in the show. Up next, though, we go back to the NFL. We continue our divisional previews. We head out east to the AFC East and take a look at some of the win totals and odds for the Patriots to repeat as divisional champs. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you here on Westwood One Sports. It's BetMGM Game Day. You can call or text in 310-840-4910, 310-840-4910. Don't forget, you can also listen to the show in a variety of ways, whether you're on our affiliates across the country. We thank you for that. Or you can listen on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app. You can also check out the show on SiriusXM channel 375 as well. And this segment is sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. Each and every week leading up to the start of the NFL season, we take a look at a different division of the NFL. And this week, our divisional previews find us out east in the AFC East, where we know the New England Patriots found themselves with 14 wins, winners of the East, knocking off the Bills atop that division. Patriots would go on to lose in the Super Bowl, as we know, to the Seattle Seahawks. You had the offseason of this Diana Rossini mess that's been going on around Mike Vrabel. You also have some changing of the guard in the wide receiver room. No Stephon Diggs, but they also feel like moving forward that they've got some young receivers that could potentially develop there. Drake May, can he follow up his season? How do you view this AFC East where the Bills are minus 130, at BetMGM. The Patriots plus 130, Jets 20-1, Dolphins 35-1. I think we all know this is a two-horse race to win the division. The Bills have a brand new head coach in Joe Brady. Josh Allen in the Buffalo Bills have a DJ Moore in the wide receiver room now if they make that trade with the Chicago Bears.
You could literally poke holes into every team in this division, right? Like there's a massive question mark hanging overhead of every single team in this division. And we here at BetMGM Game Day have been taking each week. We've been breaking down a different division in the sport. And I love the weeks when we get to break down divisions where, most of the time we're breaking down 4 teams, right? Which of these 4 teams is going to win this division? In divisions like the AFC East, we can already just eliminate 2 of them, right? We can, last week we did the AFC North, and we could eliminate the Browns right away. We knew it's a three dog race in that division. Here, it's a 2-dog race with the Bills and the Patriots. And the Bills have a question mark with their, entirely new coaching staff with Joe Brady. And the Patriots have not just the question mark of obviously the offseason drama that I don't think will influence much of when it comes to actual football this fall, but it could. And but more so the fact that every single Super Bowl loser over the last decade, it feels like, has had a massive Super Bowl hangover and has not made the playoffs. So that to me is like what's most intriguing about the Patriots. And they have a lot of holes on their roster. So can they keep Drake May upright? Time will tell. I guess there's a lot to be left there. But I think it's. I honestly, I don't know. I go back and forth when it comes to the Bills and the Patriots at the top of this division. I can poke holes in both. I could see both of them winning it. But I don't know. Where do you come out? Where do you, like, if you had to pick one today to, put some money on it, BetMGM, where are you taking Bills? You taking Patriots?
So honestly, I don't really like the minus 150 odds for the Bills, but
Right.
I do think they're going to win this division. The Patriots won 14 games. I don't think they'll be anywhere near that. I don't think they need to be anywhere near that, though, to win the division. It kind of reminds me of the Broncos conversation we had. They also won 14 games. I don't think the Broncos are now not a playoff team, but I think they are falling back to a 10 or 11 win team. I think the Patriots were a 14 win team with that easy schedule. I think they're kind of an 11 win football team. I guess with all that being said, even though Joe Brady's a first-time NFL head coach, I'll go with Josh Allen and the Bills here. I just think as great as Drake May looked last year, I do think the win total, at least, was in large part a product of the schedule. Not that they didn't deserve to make the Super Bowl. No. I'm talking just getting to 14 wins. They were not a 14-win team, in my opinion. And so I think there's regression there. I would side with the Buffalo Bills. I think DJ Moore is a big boost to that wide receiver room. I think that ultimately is going to be a big upgrade for them. We all know the issue with Keon Coleman, even though he's still on the roster, the problems that they had there. But to me, Buffalo is going to bounce back enough to where they win this division. But I think 11 wins might get it done.
And that's not a knock. Like, I feel like Patriots fans take a lot of offense when people say that. Like, they benefited from an easy schedule. Like, you clearly don't know ball if you think the Patriots didn't have an easier schedule last year, right? Like, they definitely had an easier schedule, but to their credit, they won the games they were supposed to win, right? Like, there's a lot of teams that have easy schedules that don't win 14 games. So that's not saying the Patriots are a bad team. It's just saying they benefited from, and they can't control that, right? They can't control that. Now, however, this year, you're going to get that much harder schedule. It's going to be a tougher test. You're going to have a target on your back, even though you didn't win the Super Bowl, you won the AFC, so you will have a target on your back to be beaten. And obviously, we all know the drama surrounding the head coach, where his mind could be at, depending on if anything, I don't know, with the way things were being leaked this offseason, I wonder if there's anything else that's going to be leaked from that. So you've got that like dark cloud kind of hanging over your head on top of everything else that just goes on in the football field. So there's I don't know. It's and then I just don't trust the Bills going away from Sean McDermott and just switching to first-time head coach Joe Brady. Like, I don't trust that because so many things can change, right? And maybe that's just me getting PTSD or PTTSD, post Tennessee Titans stress disorder, when they went away from Mike Vrabel, he coached his way out of that job. He was 6-18 in his final 24 games in Tennessee. That wasn't good enough for where the Titans were at the time. Then all of a sudden they go to Brian Callahan, and it was even worse from there, right? Like, so it's like anytime you go to a first-time head coach from an experienced head coach, it's not a surefire thing that your team's going to be better. And so that worries me. I just worry about the Bills not finding that same success under Joe Brady that they had under Sean McDermott. It's like the old saying, you never know what you got till it's gone. I'm hoping the Bills aren't uttering that as they go into a new
Right.
season with their new stadium. Everything's new. But I don't know. That's my only hesitation without saying, yeah, they're the surefire pick to win the division.
Look, Sean McDermott didn't do enough, but to me, I would have, if I was going to fire Sean McDermott, I would have fired Brandon Beane, their general manager, as well. I just would have cleaned house.
Right.
Except they keep the GM around. Sean McDermott made mistakes in the playoffs, no question about that. But I think there was some poor roster decisions that were made along the way. Let's look at the win totals over at BetMGM. So the Bills over under 10.5 wins, the Patriots over under 10.5 wins, the Jets over under is 5.5 wins, and the Dolphins over under is 3.5. Let's stick with the top two teams and work our way down. I like the Bills over 10.5 wins. I don't think that now they're just going to suddenly become a 9-10 win football team. I think they get to 11. The question is, can they get back to being one of the top AFC teams, as in winning 12 plus? I don't know if they can do that. I have that same question about a lot of the teams in the AFC, quite honestly. Like, you asked me about Baltimore. They feel like an 11-win team to me. You asked me about Denver. I don't think they're a 14 or 13-win team. They feel like a 10 or 11-win team. You asked me about Buffalo. They feel like an 11-win team. So I like the over, but not as confidently as I would have said in the past. But with Josh Allen, who Bill Barnwell thinks has been the best quarterback of the last 6 years anyway, I think I'll go with the over on the 10.5 wins.
Yeah. And we always spend like the preseason predicting who we think's going to win the Super Bowl. For us here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports, I want us to pick who we think's going to win the Pooper Bowl. Right? Who's going to get that number one draft pick going into next year? Because I very well think that the team could be in this division in the AFC East. I think the Miami Dolphins might be the worst team in football going into 2026. I think there's a good shot that they run the table of just losing. And I think they just literally end up with that number one overall pick. So that way you got Malik Willis mentoring a young, I don't know, Dante Moore or Trinidad Chambliss, whoever may be that number one overall pick, Arch Manning maybe even. I just think the Dolphins, like, never mind the Super Bowl winner. The Super Bowl winner is going to be the Miami Dolphins, and you can book it.
Look, they're minus 4,000 to miss the playoffs. It's unbettable. Minus 4,000. The Jets are minus 1,200. I mean, you can't even make that bet. I do think they're very much in play for the top pick, I should say. And there are betting odds on that as we get further into the season that you can find. In fact, they might be able to find them now. I know BetMGM at some point will have odds to have the number one overall draft pick, and the Dolphins are going to be right there with the Cardinals. The reason why the Cardinals, I know we talked about them earlier, Jacoby Brissett is better than some of these other quarterbacks, but the Cardinals division, like, I feel like they'll go 0-6 in that division. Whereas the Dolphins, can the Dolphins split with the Jets? You know what I mean? The Patriots seemingly, for whatever reason, struggle playing down in South Beach. So can the Dolphins find a way to win one or two divisional games, whereas the Cardinals, I don't know if they win a single. The Raiders, are they going to be better right away? Are the Raiders in play still to have one of the 3 or 4 worst records in football if they start with Kirk Cousins for the first month and then they hand it off to Mendoza? So I think I'm with you that if I had to pick, the Dolphins would be in play. I think I would go with the Cardinals still as most likely to have the number one overall pick, only because of the division. I actually think the Cardinals are better than the Dolphins, but it's the division that is just killer.
Yeah. Yes, I agree with that. I think the Dolphins are a lot better. I think the Dolphins, the Cardinals, if they were in any other division, I think they could compete for some other divisions in the league. Because I think higher of them than I think most people do. But yeah, that division is that's a gauntlet, man. That's the golden days of the SEC right there, or the current days of the Big Ten, right? Like, you have to go through an absolute gauntlet to go through week in and week out there.
Do you think Aaron Glenn with the Jets, because we know Miami's got a first-year head coach, it's year 2 with Aaron Glenn. Some people thought he would get fired. Do you think Aaron Glenn is the head coach after this season for the Jets?
Well, let's see here. It is an even year, so I don't think he is. I think we're right on schedule. It's like how the Olympics come every 4 years. Every 2 years, we get a new Jets head coach. So I think
so as well.
I don't think Aaron Glenn survives because honestly, like, what's the only instance in which he doesn't? Like, they make the playoffs, like, and what are the odds?
They win. They win 9 or 10 games, and I just don't think that's happening. And if I'm a Jets fan. Geno Smith's back. I hope they lose a bunch of games if I'm a Jets fan. You finally have a draft class, we think, quarterback-wise, where even if you don't have the top pick, you should be able to find your franchise quarterback. You don't want to mess around with Geno and win 8 games accidentally.
Right.
You kind of, and I know again, you're right. Of course, Aaron Glenn is not trying to worry about the draft next year. He knows he's got to win games or he won't be part of the plan anyway. But I'm just saying, from a Jets fan perspective, I would hope my team wins 4 games this year, if not fewer. I really would.
Right. It does look like a very good quarterback draft class, but then again, so did last year at this point last year, right?
True.
But then you had guys, Drew Aller most notably, fell off the face of the earth. He was projected to be the number 1 overall pick at this point last year. So much can happen, but I do agree with the notion that this quarterback class is so deep that even if 1 or 2 do drop off and don't play to their expectation, there's still 3 or 4 quarterbacks that will probably go in the first round next year. And, hopefully, if you're a Jets fan, you're thinking, okay, maybe we can grab one of them.
All right, coming up next here, let's get to the sounds of the week. We head to the college ranks where somebody got very confused about who the national champion was in college football a year ago, and it should just not happen if you're an athletic director. We'll do that next.
your edge for the weekend slate. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM players will receive a golf odds boost token. To use it, use the token, add any golf wager to your bet slip and activate the token. If you win your bet that was made with the odds boost token, you will receive extra winnings and unrestricted bonus dollars over at BetMGM. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you on this Saturday. Coming up in about 15 minutes or so, we're going to actually head over to the nation's capital and check in on the Washington Commanders. We all know they had one of the bigger signings of the last few weeks. They go out and sign veteran wide receiver Stephon Diggs to add to that wide receiver room to go with Terry McLaurin to help out Jaden Daniels a little bit. So we'll find out how that came to be, what they expect from him, and how that relationship could work with the Commanders organization in just a little bit. But let's get to some of the sounds of the week, Austin. And we start with college football and collegiate athletics as a whole. Purdue athletic director Tommy McClelland just got hired on here recently, and he had this to say about his in-state rival, Indiana.
Every recruit and every current student athlete will hear this message repeatedly. We are here to win championships. If you don't want to win championships, go to Indiana.
Austin, who won the national championship just about 5 months ago?
I don't know, man. 5 months ago, so long ago. You expect me to remember
Yeah.
that? I think it was.
Yeah.
It was the losingest program in college football history. Indiana Hoosiers, the team that
That's
was
right.
just mentioned by Purdue's new athletic director.
That's right. And not just won a national championship. It was one of the biggest stories in sports of the last 20 years, at least, I would say. It's one of the greatest turnarounds in sports history. Now, it clearly was one of the dumber things you could say, given the fact that it was so inaccurate. Now, I'll give him credit, I guess. He went on Pat McAfee the next day and poke fun at himself, which is all you can do at that moment, I guess. But that's embarrassing, man. You're trying to talk trash to your rival, by all means. But you can't throw out the, we win championships. They don't. They just won a national championship. When's the last time Purdue won anything?
Look, there have been a lot of dumb things said at introductory press conferences, but I think this might be the worst. Neil Armstrong, famous Purdue alum, was the first man to walk on the moon. This might be the first man to actually literally say the dumbest possible thing at a press conference. Like, if you don't want to win championships, go to Indiana. Yeah, and if you don't want to party, go to Arizona State. If you don't want to play a sober round of golf, tee off with John Daly. You know, hey, if you don't want explosions in your movie, have Michael Bay direct it. Like, does the AD in his name stand for absolutely dumb? Because what he just said was, and if I'm head coach Barry Odom for Purdue, those remarks should double as job security for him. Like, that one sentence should be a 4-year contract extension at least, because when they tee off in November, when they kick off in November, it is going to be a bloodbath. It is in Indiana. They are going to be chock full. We've seen what Curt Cignetti does. Curt Cignetti is going to have Hulk-like powers and just going to absolutely destroy Purdue. So if I'm Barry Odom, I'm like, hey, you know what, dude? Like, I don't know what you're expecting out of us this year, but it's certainly not going to be championships unless you're willing to invest the money that Indiana has into their football program over the last few years to get them to where they're at. But that's a large cry to say, if you don't want to win championships, go to Indiana 5 months after they literally just won the biggest championship.
Yeah, it's one of the dumber comments you've seen or heard at an introductory press conference. Good luck to Purdue, as you said, against Curt Cignetti in Indiana this year.
That's one small step for Purdue, one giant step. No, wait. Well, hold on. It's one small step in poo, one giant leap for probably Indiana, honestly.
Elsewhere for sounds of the week, back to baseball. We just got done talking about Skubal and his move to the Dodgers. He was speaking at his introductory press conference, discussing a little bit about the backlash that maybe fans have towards the Dodgers.
Every team could trade for me. Every team could make that acquisition. Yeah, I don't really sympathize with people that blame the Dodgers for anything they've done. They've developed a really good organization. They draft well. They acquire talent really well. They retain talent. It's a winning organization. Now the complaints seem to be because they've won the last 2 World Series. I don't think it was like that 3 years ago. So I don't really sympathize with people that are complaining because the Dodgers, do all the right things.
He's 1,000% right. We kind of just said this a few segments ago. The Dodgers are not doing anything wrong. We all wish our team was the Dodgers, and they're doing everything they can to take advantage of the current system that we have. They've got a great manager. They obviously, yes, have the financial means to do more than a lot of teams in baseball, but they're accomplishing and completing, I should say, the task in the World Series as well. There's still an element that has to be done on the field on top of it. So, yeah, I'm with Skubal on this.
The Dodgers can pay the price tag on just about any player, but the price tag that we saw that they bought Skubal for, any team could have matched that. Just about any team in baseball, probably, except for maybe the Padres, because their farm system is completely. Their farm system is like a grocery store shelves before a snowstorm. Like it is barren wasteland. But any other team probably could have afforded to get Tarik Skubal. The Dodgers were the only ones that said, you know what, we're going all in, especially ahead of the CBA expiring on December 1st of this year, meaning we're probably not going to play baseball next year, meaning the Dodgers are saying, hey, we're going to go all in for one more before baseball ends for the foreseeable future.
Over in the NFL, Sam Cosmi, offensive lineman for the Washington Commanders, was speaking on going and adding Stephon Diggs to their team and what he brings, courtesy of John Duran TV. All right, we'll try to get that clip there from Sam Cosmi. He was asked about Stephon Diggs and what he makes of him being added. We're going to have a Commanders guest coming up here, Austin, in about 10 minutes or so anyway. Look, he's going to add another level for Jaden Daniels of trust. Just a guy that, is going to be in the right spot. I understand there's some baggage that comes with Stephon Diggs, but Terry McLaurin also needs this too. McLaurin did not have a great year a year ago. He needs a legitimate wide receiver opposite him. And Luke McCaffrey's a nice piece, but he's not a legit number 2 for you. Treylon Burks, they brought in as a flyer, your former guy there with the Tennessee Titans. He can't stay healthy.
Yeah, no, and it's funny. It's like, speaking of not staying healthy, Jaden Daniels is I feel like still, even with everything that they've got going on there in Washington, I think obviously the linchpin is Jaden Daniels, and the best ability is availability. If he can stay on the field, I think this is a playoff team. I think this is a team that can make a run to another NFC title game. But without him, I don't even know. And I'm going to ask Ben Standing coming up next or coming up very soon about this. But I don't think without Jaden Daniels, I don't know if this team is even a playoff team.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think the roster has massive flaws. So Jaden Daniels, one, has to be better, has to stay healthy. The only reason why, if they make the playoffs this year, is going to be because they have a quarterback capable of playing at an extremely high level. I think this has a chance to go poorly again, even in a division there in the NFC East that feels like it's wide open. I don't know if I really like the defense there, although they got more athletic. Terry McLaurin has to return to form. He did not last year. They're going to be a team that I think has way more variance than some of the other teams with quarterbacks of his caliber. You could tell me right now that the Commanders, Austin, are a 7-win team. You could maybe tell me you think they're a 10 or 11-win team. I don't think there's much more room of upward mobility though for the Commanders than 10 wins.
Well, it's like the old saying goes, if you don't want to win the NFC East, go to the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah, but they won it 2 years in a row, man. They won it 2 years in a row.
Yeah, I'm going all Purdue AD here on that one.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Should I be the next
Gotcha.
Purdue AD? Should I? I think with radio, well, I mean, radio is inevitably not going to work out for me. Let's be honest. But when it doesn't, when radio inevitably, when they realize that they've given me 5 hours on the radio every Saturday, they're going to say, it's time for you to find new work. Maybe AD at Purdue is it.
All right, up next, let's keep talking about the Commanders. We're going to be joined by a guest out from DC right here on Westwood One Sports. 1 o'clock hour here on Westwood One Sports. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you, hanging out on another Saturday. Training camp practices going on around the league. Preseason action really gets going next week. We were just talking with one of our producers during the break, Grant, talking about around the league. There's been some chippiness, man, happening in the last 24 hours or so. You know, people are getting to that point at camp. They're sick of each other. They're sick of hitting each other. Want to go up against some opponents. We know yesterday was the Raiders and Kirk Cousins and Max Crosby getting a little bit of a fight, although I just saw that Clint Kubiak told reporters that he's holding both out of practice today for violating team rules for fighting. That's a bit odd to me. To me, like, I don't know, I wouldn't be holding him out of practice. To me, it just happens at this point at camp. I saw it at Chiefs camp. Kenneth Walker just tackled one of his teammates. So there's just all kinds of chippiness happening. I kind of love it, man. I kind of love seeing that at camp. I don't know about you. You've been in some of these hot summer camps before.
Yeah. I've been on the sidelines of it. It is exciting because you're like, because they're all on the same team at the end of the day. And you're right.
Sure.
It is. It's one of those things where it's like you're just so ready to hit someone. You've been bottled up for an entire offseason and you're in the hot sun. You just want to hit someone. And the only one there to hit are the people on your own team.
Yeah, let's go out to D.C., though. Keep talking camp and including a team that just made a big signing this week. How big of an impact will he have? Let's find out. We go to the nation's capital. Welcome in Ben Standig. He is, of course, with the Team 980 in D.C., creator of the Last Man Standig Substack. Ben, great to have you on the show. Let's start with the obvious of this week, which is Stephon Diggs is now a member of the Washington Commanders. Was this a move over the last month or so that you guys were kind of keeping an eye on, that this team really needed an additional veteran wide receiver in the room?
Well, thanks for having me. Yeah, I mean, it's certainly something we've been talking about for weeks and months now. Primarily, we were focused on a different receiver, Brandon Ayuk. That whole thing, to me was seemed doomed from the jump, and then it's only gotten progressively worse. And then somewhere in the last few weeks, when Ayuk made a comment seemingly that kind of went after Jaden Daniels, his buddy, I think that's around the time where at least publicly we're all kind of like, okay, well, what else is going on here? Okay, Stephon Diggs, one of his legal matters got cleared up, it appears. So what about this guy who has been one of the most productive receivers in the league? So, I think they cobbled together some other options at receiver. I don't think they definitely didn't have one guy that you could say would be opposite Terry McLaurin, but they did have a handful of guys who I think you could have done wide receiver 2 by committee with, but they decided ultimately, obviously, that, hey, we need to go out and get more of a sure thing, and obviously Stephon Diggs is that.
Now, the guy who's going to be throwing the ball their way, Jaden Daniels, is a guy, obviously, after year one, everyone's thinking, oh, this is the next superstar quarterback. This is, he's an exciting player. He's so much fun to watch. But then last season happens, and now coming into this year, if you look at quarterback rankings, people have got him ranked in the teens somewhere, around 13 or so. Do you think that Jaden Daniels can get back to where he was in that rookie year, or is there fear, I should ask, for him to have somewhat of the trajectory that like a CJ Stroud has had, where he hasn't been able to replicate that rookie year success?
Yeah, I mean, look, obviously it's a question that a lot of people are discussing. I think this is true for any fan base, well, certainly for fan bases, but for reporters as well. We are locked in on the team that we cover, right? So, good for better or for worse, you look at your people and you think, well, they can do this, they can do that, they rank here, they should rank here. So Jaden Daniels, to me, when I see some of these rankings where he's outside the top 10 and in some cases, a few spots out, to me that just seems nuts. I get it if you're just simply looking at the injury and you're saying, well, he's had a bunch of injuries and that's going to be the reason why we're going to downgrade him. But in terms of the player, I mean, his rookie season, he arguably had the greatest rookie season for any quarterback in history. He then took the team to the NFC Championship game. And I know Drake May had a really good year last year, but he was not good in the playoffs. And yet we're just going to say he's that much better than Jaden Daniels. I don't know. I just don't buy it. Not to mention Washington had an inordinate amount of injuries last year and blah, blah, blah. So to me, I think Jaden Daniels is going to be, if we're saying that can he get back up? I mean, I think the answer is yes. To what end? We'll see. It's a new offensive system. David Blau is a first-year coordinator. Obviously, they just added Diggs. But, how does it all play out? What do injuries happen? You never know. But I'm not worrying about Jaden Daniels. The player, I don't know what to say about the health. Obviously, he's not the biggest guy. He's not built like Cam Newton. So hopefully he can avoid the injuries. But in terms of the player, I'm not worried about him returning to form.
Yeah, I think the doubt stems in from, obviously the availability and, the injuries that, have plagued him really even in his college years. He struggled with kind of staying on the field. If he has to miss significant time this year, can you tell me the reason the Commanders would still make the playoffs, if at all?
Well, Marcus Mariota has shown to be a viable backup the last couple of years here. Now, he's not a guy that's going to be able to carry your team. You're going to have to, have pieces to help him. And, getting Diggs along with Terry McLaurin, they signed Chigga Okonkwo this offseason, and they got a couple interesting running backs. And when healthy, their offensive line has a couple of guys in Larry Tunsil and Sam Cosmi that can be, near the top of their position group. So I think they have a lot of pieces there. And then defensively, they've added significant talent from last year. The defense last year was a disaster, but they've now added from, Adafe Owe, they draft Sonny Styles, Nick Cross, they added guys at all three levels. So if the defense is able to, in fact, be good, I'm not saying they have to be top 10, but at least be good and get some turnovers, then between that and getting the ball in the hands of the playmakers, that's how you get it done. But obviously the ceiling drops dramatically if Jaden Daniels is not in the lineup.
Ben Standig joining us here on Westwood One Sports. He's with Team 980 in D.C., also the creator of the Last Man Standing Substack. Dan Quinn, I think it's fairly obvious this is a massive year for him, but what is the biggest change that fans in this organization maybe need to see from him as a coach? You already acknowledged the new offensive coordinator, but it feels like this is a make or break year for him.
Yeah, there's two new coordinators on both sides of the ball, both first-year coordinators. Look, I think Dan Quinn has it's been a very, tale of two seasons, NFC Championship game with 12 wins one year, 5 wins the next. And obviously the coach, gets a lot of the credit and he gets a lot of the blame. I think, look, do they have to make the playoffs for him to keep his job? Again, maybe I'm blinded by just being here. I don't think he's in as much danger as people say, but obviously you can't be as non-competitive as they were a year ago. Now, again, I don't think they're going to be that way this year because they've made enough improvements on the defense and a couple places on the offense. So, the differences we know in this league between 7 wins and 10 wins is the bounce of a ball. Does the ball hit the upright? Does the referee call pass interference or not? As long as they are competitive, I think Dan Quinn should be fine. And again, I think they did add a lot of new pieces on defense that should help on that side of the ball. And they really have made an emphasis in training camp of trying to ramp up that level of competition. So, it's a big year, but it's a big year for, any NFL coach, as long as he doesn't, as long as they don't bottom out again, I suspect he'll be okay. But yeah, obviously in this NFL, in this day in sports, coaches do not have a long leash, that is for sure.
Well, and a coach, you could argue, is only as good as the coordinators he has working underneath him. And as you mentioned earlier, David Blau is brand new in the building. You've been out there at practices early on. Is there anything you see early on that is different, either good or bad, than what Cliff Kingsbury was able to bring?
Yeah, for sure. Look, the 2024 season with Kingsbury was just magical. Everything just worked, even without having a ton of playmakers around Jaden Daniels. One of the historical knocks against Kingsbury is that he's kind of his no huddle system is kind of rigid in terms of formations, and it's easier to figure out by year 2. And maybe that was the case last year. David Blau is going to incorporate things like a huddle. He's going to incorporate things like having Jaden Daniels under center. These are things that obviously it seems kind of silly, but it is very different than what they did before. They're also Terry McLaurin as the X receiver, really lived on the left side of the formation, which is what happens in Kingsbury's offenses. Here, looking at training camp, he's moving all over the place, as are a lot of the guys. So it's going to look different. They're going to be, they're not going to give the same look all the time the way the last group did. To me, though, it's all going to come down to what happens. It's 3rd and 8 with 7 minutes left in the fourth quarter, and you need a first down to get in field goal range. What's the call? You know what I mean? Like I don't know how you can judge what a guy is going to do when it comes to making calls until you do it. So that's going to be a part we just won't know about for a while. But the rest of it, everybody seems to believe he's got the goods as a former NFL quarterback, the smarts to know how to get this done. And, they're putting obviously a lot of faith into him doing just that.
Division that the Commanders are in, the NFC East. We know the Eagles have won it here the last couple of years. Prior to that, we know the track record of the consistent turnover. How do you view the East, looking at their competition and how likely it might be for really each one of these teams? I think I can make a case to be a division winner.
Yeah, I think you'd be better off asking me to explain quantum physics than figure out who's going to win this division. Each team I think has a strong case of why they could have a good year, and then there's a case where the bottom falls out. So again, I'm here covering Washington. Do I see the upgrades for them? Sure, but the Giants have also made upgrades, right, including from the head coach on down. Dallas always has talent; it just doesn't always seem to work out for them. And then the Eagles, they got to replace A.J. Brown and. Because they've been so good now for a few years, they're starting to have some attrition on the roster, and how do you replace everybody? So you could tell me almost any order. Like, it's hard to imagine the Eagles being in last or, say, the Giants in first. But beyond that, it just feels like it's going to be a pretty wide open division. Now, again, we'll may get to the end of the year, and the Eagles have 12 wins, and everybody else is, kind of going nowhere. But I think, again, injuries aside, I think if Washington's defense is at least sort of middle of the pack and Jaden Daniels is healthy enough to play, the vast majority of the season, yeah, I think Washington could maybe get up to 2 or maybe even win the division. But, it's talk about a crapshoot in terms of how, figuring out the order of this division.
Ben Standig from the Ben Standig Substack on with us right now. And Ben, okay, let's say I give you hypothetical $100 bill to hypothetically bet at BetMGM on a player on Washington to have a breakout year, that when the week 18 rolls around and we look back on the season, we say, yeah, that person was the best player for this team. Who do you think it is and why?
Well, I guess best and breakout may be a couple different things, right? Because best would arguably be Jaden Daniels or Laramie Tunsil. That would be probably there. But in terms of a breakout, like, I do wonder, is this a year where Odafe Oweh, I mean, look, he got paid a ton of money to come over here to be an edge rusher, but he still doesn't have like gaudy pass rushing stats. And I've seen like ESPN put out their recent survey of league sources about the best players at each position. He didn't make the top 15 or so of edge rushers. He looks the part physically, athletically. He's been constantly getting pressure in the backfield. So it wouldn't stun me if we, by the end of the year, look at him as a guy who is, I'm not saying Myles Garrett, but a guy who is more highly regarded than he is right now, at least sort of in the public sphere. And then the other guy on the offensive side, maybe Chig Okonkwo, the tight end from the Titans. Obviously, Tennessee, didn't have the best offense the last few years. They had, quarterback play, not ideal. Part of the appeal for him to come to Washington is Washington saying, hey, we want to get you the ball down the field. He's a guy that's great with the yards after the catch. He's physically imposing kind of a tight end. And, I think there's a belief that they can make him, certainly before Stephon Diggs got there, that like he could be the number 2 receiver. Again, I think that his numbers, I think, should go up. We'll see how it works out with McLaurin and Diggs, enough balls for everybody. But I think Chig Okonkwo has a chance to be more of a breakout player relative to what, his perception is right now.
Ben Standig with us here on Westwood One Sports. Be sure to check out his Substack, Last Man Standig, member of the team member of Team 980 there in Washington, D.C. Appreciate it, and enjoy, I guess, a couple of these preseason games. I'm sure we'll check in during the season.
Sounds great. Thanks for having me.
That's
Thanks,
some good
Ben.
stuff there from Ben, giving us some insight on the Commanders, who had the big signing this week of Stephon Diggs, but also a division that does appear to be very, very wide open. I really think you can make a case for each and every team in the NFC East to win it. I understand there's some more likely paths, but I think I can go through and give you a case for every team why they're going to win that division. And I'm excited to kind of see what Jaden Daniels does look like here in year number 3. Health is the biggest thing, but what happens with the new offensive coordinator, as you heard from our guest there. Cliff Kingsbury, that offense was awesome in year 1, but there are still some elements, when you're never huddling, when you're maybe becoming predictable. Was that not putting the Commanders in the best spot long term? Was it a nice 1-year flash in the pan kind of thing for Cliff? By the way, I'm trying to remember, where did Cliff end up? Remember, he was the hot OC candidate. People thought where did he end up?
Yeah, he's now an assistant head coach with the Los Angeles Rams.
That's right. Okay. Yeah, I think he'll be a head coach in a year or so, but that's right. I forgot he ended up out there.
Yeah, he'll be back in the cycle before we know it. It's like, you become a head coach, you lose the head coaching job, you go be a coordinator, bounce around a couple of spots, then you end up becoming a head coach again. It's cyclical.
Thinking of the Rams, let's head out to LA next. Let's talk about a player that is now working out for them and could join them during the season. We'll also update you on some injuries happening around the National Football League at practices today as we get to that here on Westwood One Sports. This segment sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you here on Westwood One Sports. You can watch the show over on YouTube and Twitch. Just search BetMGM tonight. The chat is open there. Our producers always keep an eye on that chat. We appreciate the interaction. You can also call or text into the show 310-840-4910. 310-840-4910. 9-10. Let's get caught up on some training camp news, some injuries today, focusing in on the wide receivers. So Zay Flowers with the Baltimore Ravens, it looks like now it's just going to be a mild injury. At first we weren't sure, but there was reports out of Ravens camp that Zay Flowers had collided with a teammate of his and was limping off the field with trainers. Now, Jesse Minter, their new head coach, had spoken already to the media, said Zay Flowers has a quad contusion day-to-day. Remember, he just got that big contract extension this week, but we're talking about a quad bruise, right? So maybe it keeps him out of practice a day or two. That's the good news. That's about it. Doesn't seem like it's anything more serious than that. Luther Burden with the Chicago Bears also dealing with an injury. Remember, he's been expected to take a massive leap this year. They moved on from DJ Moore. Him and Roma Dunze are going to be leading the show there in the wide receiver room.
Yeah, I'm excited for that Bears offense. And, yeah, Luther and Rome, I think, are going to be and Colston Loveland, too. Colston Loveland paired
He
with
might be
those
tight
two
end 3
wideouts.
this year in fantasy football, man.
My goodness, dude, he honestly he's going to, just based off of the number of targets he got at the end of last year, paired into going what he's, like what's expected this upcoming year. Grab Colston Loveland on your fantasy teams if you can, because he's going to be a good one. But yeah, it's that time of year where it's hold your breath season, really, until the week 1 kicks off. It is hold your breath season, because you are just waiting patiently. It's almost like like if your wife is pregnant, like you're waiting anxiously of like, okay, when is she going to go into labor? Like you're hoping it's not until, a certain date, right? You're hoping none of your players get injured before, at very least, week 1, right? Like you want them to at least get to the start of the season, because if they get hurt now, it is such a buzzkill. It is demoralizing. It might be one of the worst feelings as a football fan, seeing like one of your top players go down with an injury, not like during the season, not in a game, in camp. So there's been a lot of injuries so far. Obviously, last week we announced that the Ricky Pearsall was out for the year last week on this show. It just feels like every year there's those big ones, and it just sucks. It sucks for the fans. And even as a fan of, like, even if it's like on my rival's team, right? I still don't want that, because it's like you don't want, you want your team to play against the best competition possible, right? I don't know.
You don't want the
maybe
season,
that last part was false.
You don't want the season derailed, though, before it even starts. That's not fun by any means. I would say also, I don't know where you're at on preseason and playing veterans. So the big story around, Patrick Mahomes this week was Andy Reid's comments yesterday that, he is leaning towards not playing him in the preseason. You might be saying, well, yeah, but in the past, Andy has always played Patrick Mahomes. And so I loved hearing it, because I wouldn't play Mahomes for a single snap in the preseason coming off the ACL, LCL injury. I understand people worry about rust and they got to open up on Monday night against the Denver Broncos, but to me, there's just no reason whatsoever to play Patrick Mahomes in a preseason game.
I fully agree with that decision. However, I also agree with Andy Reid always playing his starters, because I think that is one of the reasons why the Chiefs are always so good out the gate starting off a season. Because I've been fans of Mike Vrabel-led teams, Brian Callahan-led teams, where they sit starters for most of the preseason, and week 1 is just sloppy as hell. And I think it is, it's almost like we've started to zag a little bit too far away from, the norm. Like the norm used to be the preseason games where it's like, okay, nobody plays preseason game number 1. Preseason game number 2, you get maybe a little bit more out of your starters. Preseason 3, and like by, back when there were 4 preseason games, preseason game 4 was the dress rehearsal. That was the thing that was like, okay, this is the last, the last dress rehearsal before the big play opens up. And then week 1, your guys are ready to go. But we've been so scared of injuries over the last decade plus, probably, where teams are just straying away from their players playing at all in the preseason. And I think it leads to really sloppy football in September. And you don't have teams hitting their stride until really October.
Yeah, no, I think there's some truth to that. Some organizations that are slow out of the gate. I just think when you have a franchise quarterback coming off the injury that he's coming off, to me, you don't mess around with that whatsoever, And so I'll be interested to see Mahomes will want to be out there, but to me, this is where Andy Reid, you kind of have to step in. There's only been 2 times where he's kind of pivoted. One, he used to do QB sneaks, and now, even though I disagree with it, he won't run a QB sneak with Patrick Mahomes because of the knee injury from before, which to me is a mistake not to do a QB sneak. And then he used to never not play his starting quarterback in preseason, and now because of Mahomes, he's not going to probably play.
Did he run QB sneaks with Patrick Mahomes before the knee injury? Because I thought that was kind of talking.
No, I'm talking about against the Broncos many years ago. Remember when he dislocated his kneecap? It was a QB sneak, and ever since then they have not run a QB sneak since, and it's the most absurd decision. Yet they'll do RPOs and they'll do some option runs occasionally, but they will not ever have them do a QB sneak. It's the dumbest thing.
Meanwhile, you got teams like the Philadelphia Eagles running the tush push on 1st and 10, right? Like, that's got to be so frustrating as a Chiefs fan, where it's like, we only need an inch. Let's not throw a slant route to Travis Kelce. Like, let's give me just a push up front. You'll get the first down, I promise you.
Yeah, so I've always said bring in the backup quarterback. If you won't run a QB sneak with him, bring in Justin Fields. Go ahead and do a QB sneak with the backup. Anyway, let's go back to LA. We were talking before the break about where Cliff Kingsbury ended up. Aaron Donald, who stepped away in 2023, after 2023, when he was 32 years old. He's now 35. He officially logged a workout this week with the Rams. They had to report this because he was using their facility. He wasn't working out with the team per se, but when you use their facility, use some of their equipment, it becomes an official workout. That has continued to spark the rumors that he's going to come out of retirement. 3-time Defensive Player of the Year. We all know how dominant he was. First ballot Hall of Famer if he doesn't reset his retirement clock, which he's about to do. And I still think by Thanksgiving, he's playing games. I think his first game will be in November for the LA Rams. In fact, my real conspiracy theory is his first game is going to be December. Let me check the date there. Thursday Night Football, December 3rd, because the NFL scripts everything, right? December 3rd, Thursday night, Chiefs, Rams in LA, Aaron Donald's debut.
Ooh. I wouldn't hate it. And if you give us another Chiefs Rams like primetime game, like they had that game that was gonna be in Mexico City, but then it ended up being at the Coliseum in LA. What was that? 55-54 was the final, or 55-56 or something. That was one of the most fun games I remember ever watching. It was just so back and forth. I'd be here for that. I am here for the speculation. I am here for whether or not they actually get this done and sign him, which it's looking like they're going to. I am here for it all because, to me, just as a fan of life, I love watching Aaron Donald workout videos. I could watch these all day, every day. That, to me, those Aaron Donald workout videos are the best videos to come out of Hollywood in the history of cinema. It is just pure entertainment. I saw yesterday where he was doing this workout where one guy was putting a medicine ball on his legs, and he would do a sit-up, grab that medicine ball, put it over his head, and then touch the ground, and then toss it back up to that guy. And while he's doing that, the guy is taking another medicine ball, putting it on his legs, and it's just this circular rotation. It was like a factory. It's like when you watch those like really satisfying videos of like factories putting labels on jars and things like that. That's what it felt like. And I was just like, this is one of the greatest things to get. And then you go back to like when he was actually playing and the workouts that we used to get where, he did that one workout where he was working with knives. And yes, they ended up being fake knives, but honestly, I don't care. They could have been real and he still would have been like, if I'm in a slasher movie, I'm running to Aaron Donald's house for protection just based off of the workout tape that I've seen from this man. And look, and I'm kind of hoping they don't sign him until that December game against the Chiefs, like you said, like late in the season, just so we can continue to get these. It goes Aaron Donald and Derrick Henry. I don't need to watch them play. All I need to do is watch their workout tapes because they're more entertaining than Tybo. To me, they're more daunting on your body than P90X. Like, I'm sorry, I will screw Peloton. Just give me Aaron Donald, Derrick Henry workout videos, and I'll be chiseled within the next week.
Who was the guy? Oh, was it Billy Bain or whatever his name was?
Billy Blanks.
Who was that?
Billy Blanks. Yeah,
Blanks.
Tybo. Yeah. On the old VHS tapes that your mom had but would never watch, right?
Yeah, exactly. Look, Aaron Donald's a freak. I agree with you. The Aaron Donald ASMR videos for Austin apparently is what it actually is. The workout videos. Yes. Man, but look. I do think he's going to join them. As far as what it does for the team, I already think the Rams are clearly a Super Bowl contender. They're the favorite over at BetMGM for a reason. So does my view on the Rams change if they sign Donald? I mean, not overall. I mean, they're to me already that. I guess it just would make them that much more daunting and more of a sure thing to get toward a Super Bowl. But, this is not sign Donald to get them over the hump. To me, they're already over the hump, right? This is just kind of we're adding a reinforcement because we can. Maybe it ends up being significant because, God forbid, Myles Garrett or somebody gets hurt. Okay, well, then it becomes more of hey, he needs to save our season type of thing. But if it's Myles Garrett with Aaron Donald already going with what they have, then it's just, the rich get richer kind of thing, right?
The Rams adding Aaron Donald is just like their counterpart right up the street, just northeast of them. The Los Angeles Dodgers adding Tarek Skubal to a team that we already all think they're going to win it all. This just adds to it. It makes them deeper. It makes them better. And it's funny. Tarek Skubal joins a rotation that has, Yoshi Yamamoto. It has Tyler Glasnow, Blake Snell, Shohei Ohtani. And Aaron Donald adds to a defensive line that's got Myles Garrett on it. Like it's the rich getting richer, which to live in Los Angeles County only makes sense, right? So I get it, but it is very funny how comparable the two teams that call LA home are.
Yeah, we'll see what happens with the Rams. This will not be the last time we talk about Aaron Donald flirting with coming back to the National Football League. Up next, one of the best decisions we've seen in collegiate sports in a long time and why this might set up a new trend, at least for one level of college football. We'll tell you what that is next. Everybody loves the sound of the bat hitting the baseball or a reward being dropped into your account over at BetMGM. You can take a swing each day in their free-to-play game. If you get a hit, you'll score a reward. Depending on whether you hit with a single, maybe it was a double, maybe it was a triple, or a home run, the game is exclusively available at BetMGM. Here's how it works. Just play as the batter, select an area of the strike zone, and if you get a hit, you will win a prize. You can win a $50 bonus bet, an odds boost token, a parlay boost token, or a same game parlay boost token only at BetMGM. College football week 0 is just a few weeks away. Looking forward to college football starting off with North Carolina and TCU on Saturday morning in Ireland. I believe that's the first start. I think it's 11 o'clock Central, maybe noon Eastern time. And Akron football at some point to open up the year, they are going to play Robert Morris. You might be saying, why are we talking about Akron football and Robert Morris on Saturday, August 8th here on Westwood One Sports? Well, Akron football is doing something that I think is absolutely genius, specifically if you are a non-Power 4 program. You can get away with doing this. It's led to a huge boost in season ticket sales. You may have seen the story by now. Akron football is providing one season ticket holder the opportunity to script the opening drive of the Zips home opener against Robert Morris on Saturday, September the 12th. And because of this, they have sold out their suites. Their season ticket sales are up. I think it's only $75 to buy a season ticket to Akron football. The winner will be randomly selected coming up on Wednesday, August the 19th. And you get to have a press conference. You get to have a play sheet. You work with the head coach on scripting out the opening drive. Then you get to sit in a suite. This is an unbelievable, amazing idea from Akron football.
Saturday, September 12th is when Akron takes on Robert Morris. If I am not here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports, just know why. Okay, just know that I won.
You're gonna buy
this
season tickets? Let's do it.
Look, I'm on the website right now. I can get. Oh, this is expensive. I may have to run this by my wife. Let's see here. Item total 166. Oh, I have to do an investment. Oh, I do have to make an investment into student athletes, which is more expensive than the actual season tickets. So I'm on the website right now. I've got it in my cart. I've literally got it added to my cart. Football season ticket, item total, $166. Honestly, you gotta love college prices, right? Like, part of me wishes I was still in college just so I could get the student discount on most things around the world. But this is very affordable season tickets. However, it also does come with a mandatory investment into student athletes, and that's $350. So I'm looking at a price tag of $515.
Are you serious?
Yeah, $515 is my checkout total. And that would be
okay.
That's the price that I essentially have to pay. Now, I did click best available. I'm sure you could probably find some cheaper regular season tickets. But I don't know. I'm like, look, $515 for the chance to maybe script the first series of Akron Zips against Robert Morris. Maybe I'm thinking about doing it. And, friend of the show, Bobby Bones, actually did this. He bought season tickets because he wants to get his name in the hat. He has no
Pat
connection
McAfee,
whatsoever.
Others have, yep.
Yeah, so like, what? Why not, right? And if I'm Robert Morris, I'm getting some of my top donors to jump in on this. Grab some season tickets and see if we can't script some plays against him. Now, obviously, there is some fine print that we could all assume.
Yes, the coach ultimately decides the
point
plays.
Font. Right, exactly. So that's a big, asterisk there with this whole thing. But you got to love the idea. You got to love the marketing brains at Akron for doing something like this because it's getting everyone talking about it. I'll be honest, we've been doing this show since January 1st. This is the first time we've ever said the words Akron and or Zips on this show. So it's working there. Well done, Akron. And I mean, I'm just thinking, like, also, if I'm Robert Morris, like, how upset I am that I'm like, what the heck, guys? Like, do you think we're just gonna be that? Like, Sure, maybe we're a cakewalk, but we're that big of a cakewalk to where you're going to let some unknown stranger just onto the sidelines to script the first series of plays. And I don't know. And now, granted, I will say this: if I do win this, I'm dusting off my old NFL Blitz playbook, and I'm just running to bomb 3 straight times. If one of them works, we're set up for in field goal range. If it doesn't, we're probably punting. We're going 3 and out.
Yeah, and props to the coaching staff approving this too, because this doesn't happen without approval from the coaches to allow them to do this. And yeah, I understand the head coach will decide ultimately, but you get to hang out for a day or so and work on the script with the head coach. I'll tell you this: can you convince the coach at least one play has to be a trick play, right? And if you're Robert Morris, your radar has to be up, knowing all this is going on the first play or the first drive. I don't know about you, Austin. I'm on the second play of the game or first play, I'm running a flea flicker immediately. Now, it's probably not going to work because Robert Morris is expecting it, but I'm doing something like that. And you better not have a pick 6 or something on the first play of the game, because then you're just going to it's going to be a bad thing for you.
Yeah, and that wouldn't be a first in football history when someone that was not on the coaching staff asked to run a trick play and it resulted. Well, the most famous incident, obviously, December 26, 1971, Washington, at the time, Redskins, okay? I'm not putting $1 in the jar. That's what they were named at the time. Head coach George Allen, he ran a failed reverse play given to him by avid football fan, President Richard Nixon, resulting in a notorious 13-yard loss during an NFC playoff game. So think about that. Richard Nixon's like, hey, coach, I watch a lot of ball. Let me, I am not a crook, but I'd like to steal the play sheet for at least one play, and let me get this failed reverse play in on the scripted drive. And they did it, and it resulted in a 13-yard loss, which bears the question, is Richard Nixon's offensive coordinating worse than Watergate? We have to ask the question. People are asking, okay? I'm not, but people are asking.
Yeah, look, I think this is also only something you can get away with at a Power 4. Like, you're right. It's great for Akron, but I don't think even the lowest, like if you're a Power 5 school, you can't do this though, because there is still some level of like, it would be embarrassing for an SEC school, in my opinion, to have people coming in and calling plays for them at the like a low-level SEC school. So to me, this is perfect if you're Akron, if you're any Power 4 school, you want to sell some more tickets, you should do something like this every year to start the season if you're playing a lower-level school.
Right. This would be perfect for like the Kansases of the world or the
I said Power 4 is not included. I said Power 4 is not included. Don't get me started on your alma mater randomly trying to add a 1960 national championship this year, wasting the United States Senate's time having an actual resolution put forward to name Mizzou the 1960 national champs in football to go along with 5 other schools that are claiming it. Congratulations.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you with this giant national championship ring on my finger, bro. Sorry, I can't. All I'll say, though, for anyone that listens to this show, if you get us every single week, let me just say this. If there's ever a week to tune in to BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports, it'll be September 12th, okay? Actually, the day that Akron is playing Robert Morris. Tune in September 12th. You know why? Because the night before is Alex Gold's Kansas Jayhawks hosting my Missouri Tigers in Lawrence, Kansas. It is going to be a game. And honestly, like, last year's game was really good. Like, last year's game was. It was. I mean, it came down to the fourth quarter, and it wasn't until the very end when Mizzou pulled away. Like, it was a back and forth. He was up 2
touchdowns. They blew it.
Right. And and so like this year, having the game in Kansas, in a half constructed stadium, is it going to be able to like full
done.
capacity?
Yeah, no, not full capacity, unfortunately.
All right. Well, I have capacity.
Are you flying in?
Which
We flying you in? We flying you in for the game?
Man.
Tickets are outrageously expensive.
Man, should I?
I'll be honest with you. We'll have to work out a bet, but I'm going to need the points because Kansas is an underdog, and they should be. Their quarterback situation is up in the air. I'll be honest, I don't think Kansas is winning that game, as much as I hate to say that. KU's a 6.5-point underdog at BetMGM right now against your Missouri Tigers. So we'll have to work something out. We'll have to figure out the terms of a bet. But you know what? If it wasn't a busy time of the year for you, I'd say just fly in. Let's go to the game Friday, and we'll do the show from here.
It does help that it is September 11th. It's the Friday night Fox game of the week, not Saturday night, because Saturday night I do have to be back to do some stage announcements at a Dan and Shay concert. But, if I can get there and back in time, I mean, look, who's to say? Who's to say? Maybe I do show up for it.
Yeah, that'll be fun when we get to college football season. But props again to Akron for deciding to get innovative with this idea. I think it's genius, and it's clearly led to some good money for their athletic department, and I'm assuming some of it going to, as you said, student athletes, so maybe the NIL program there at Akron.
Yeah, no, you're right. And real quick, going back to Mizzou's national championship winning season in 1960, not to brag, I will give you some love, and I'll give you some props, which is something I rarely do, right? That Mizzou's only loss in that 1960 Orange Bowl winning season that they just claimed as national championships, their only loss was the last game of the year to the Kansas Jayhawks. So there you go.
Yes, it is. Now, I shouldn't even give you, you mentioned giving credit. I shouldn't even allow you to have this knowledge. But I must be honest to our listeners.
What?
That game later got flipped. Kansas won. They ruled a KU player ineligible. That's why Mizzou's making claim to it, because KU had a player play. Back in the day, you couldn't transfer.
Typical
They had a player
Kansas.
that played for. They had a player that played for a different school, transferred to KU. Back then, there was no such thing as transfers. There was no such thing.
Was Bill Self the coach of that team too?
Okay. By the way, Kansas has more hypothetical national championships still than Mizzou. How about that? You guys don't even have more ones than we do.
All right, get out. We got to
true.
get the break. We got the heart out.
Up next, Hall of Fame game. Let's discuss Carson Beck's performance. 2 o'clock hour out east here on Westwood One Sports. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you on BetMGM Game Day. You guys can always interact with us at 310-840-4910, 310-840-4910. Plus, you can watch us over on YouTube and Twitch. Go ahead and interact there by searching BetMGM tonight. Chat is open. Our producers keep an eye on that chat there. You can also hit us up on social at Austin Huff, at Alex Gold, or at Alex KC Gold, depending on whether you're looking at Instagram or Twitter and X. Coming up in 20 minutes, we're going to head to Baltimore, check in on Zay Flowers. Not only a little injury update, although it sounds, again, like it was a minor injury, a quad contusion for Flowers, but he got the contract extension, brand new head coach in Jesse Minter. How's that camp compared to maybe a Harbaugh camp? So we'll be joined by Jonas Schaefer from the Baltimore Banner here in 20 minutes. But we did have, Austin, our first glimpse at some football on Thursday. Yes, it was the Hall of Fame game. And yes, the defenses were pretty vanilla, but Carson Beck, first action in the NFL, he looked very much in control. I know the Cardinals ended up losing that game. Who cares, right? But they lost 33-30 to the Panthers, and it was an impressive drive from Haynes King at the end. But Carson Beck looked like a guy that has played a lot of football, and he has. But I was impressed that for a Hall of Fame game, both quarterbacks, both offenses actually had moved the ball. I mean, maybe that's a credit to both Canales and LaFleur, the two head coaches, but it was a very entertaining Hall of Fame game, which is not something I ever say. Normally by the fourth quarter or third quarter, I'm checked out.
Yeah, so it's my mind keeps like ping-ponging back and forth as to how I should think about this, right? Because it is the Hall of Fame game, and it is the very first preseason game for any team in the NFL. And so it's like you don't want to, overemphasize, but at the same time, like for a quarterback to go out and complete 15 of 19 passes and not have any cobwebs on him after a long offseason, which I guess for Carson Beck wasn't that long considering he played in the national title game. But like to just come out and put together a performance that well, it's like, okay, you do have to give him some credit. But then again, my mind ping-pongs back to, okay, but he's playing 2s and 3s. But then my mind ping-pongs back to, this is Carson Beck, who played at two very predominant programs in college football, both Miami and Georgia. And, he played for 5-6 seasons in college football. So he's in a way kind of already been a pro for a long time, and for you to transfer and to become a starter at two different schools, that to me feels the same as, bouncing around from one NFL franchise to the next. So you're accustomed to growing your game at a new venue, and this is just merely the third stop on that Carson Beck tour. So I'm not, I'm like, okay, yeah, I believe Carson Beck will be a very serviceable backup, at the very least in this rookie season of his. If not, eventually, maybe for that Cardinals team, become a starter, just given Jacoby Brissett and what he can or can't do at that position.
Yeah, and I don't know why they signed Gardner Minshew in the offseason as well, so it's Brissett, Minshew, and Beck. And I don't know if that was just a leverage play when they were negotiating with Jacoby Brissett. But I'll be honest, I don't know what the financials are. I would cut Gardner Minshew after camp, unless he wants to be my number 3. Carson Beck, there's no reason for him not to be the number 2 quarterback this year and at some point get an opportunity. You and I were kind of debating earlier, when do we see Carson Beck? Because I think it would be a failure. Not that I think, I'll be honest, that Carson Beck is truly the long-term answer. However, it would be a failure this year for Jacoby Brissett to start every game. You have to at least see Carson Beck for a couple games to know at the end of this year if you can completely just move on essentially from him as well in terms of thinking that he's a starter, because next year it's a loaded draft class, we believe. So I think Carson Beck needs to start at least 3 games this year. If the over-under was set at 3.5 games played, though, for Beck, do you think he gets to 4? Would you take the over or under 3.5 games for Beck this year?
I think I'd take the under, barring a significant injury to Jacoby Brissett. Like, I think Jacoby Brissett is a really good, he's a really good quarterback in the league, like for what he is, right? Like he's not a top tier quarterback, but like he's been a backup that has won some big games in some big spots for some franchises in his career. And now that he is the guy in Arizona, and that's a sneaky loaded offense in Arizona. And you pair that with what's Nathaniel Hackett is the offensive coordinator there, and you got a LaFleur as your head coach, right? Like, I mean, don't sleep on that Cardinals offense. The problem is, and we talked about it earlier, they're in the hardest division in football. If they were in literally any other division, I think this Cardinals team could make a run for the division. But when you're going up against the Super Bowl champion, the Super Bowl favorite, and the 49ers, which, they're dropping like flies. So they made, there's a chance the Cardinals could finish third in this division. But, like it's extremely tough. But if, you put them in, like if you put the Arizona Cardinals in like the AFC South or something, I think they'd make a run for potentially be favorites to win the division, right? Like that's how good I think they are, but they're in such an uphill battle where, but to go back to your question, like Carson Beck, like I don't think he's necessarily going to get the reps that they need to give a proper grade on him at the end of the year, whether or not you go quarterback in the upcoming draft.
Right. I think it's the evaluation part of it. And then also, and I know the coaching staff doesn't view it this way, but long-term for the organization, the worst thing that can happen this year is Jacoby Brissett plays in 17 games and they find a way to win 7. And I don't think they're going to get to that, but let's say they did. That's the worst thing that could happen. Brissett's not your long-term answer. You win 7 games, you're outside the top 5 probably for the NFL draft. And so then you're going to get the 5th or 6th quarterback maybe drafted, and people think there could be 6 quarterbacks drafted in the first round. I know we're way too far out for draft talk, but just for the sake of the conversation, that's where people are at right now thinking with some of these quarterbacks coming out of college. So there's a big difference. I mean, deep down, I wouldn't even have had Jacoby Brissett back. I would have probably just rolled with Minshew and Carson Beck or whatever, So
and with the headache
with
the headache that holdout was too, right? Like you're just like, come on, Jacoby Brissett, like you're holding out, like what? Come on, dude. Like, and
that was like laughable.
I would be fine as a Cardinals fan if Gardner Minshew was rolled out as the starter week 1, because I think the world of Gardner Minshew. I think he's a very good quarterback that often gets overlooked, mainly because of his size. But every time he's gone out and played, like he's done well. And I and it may just be one of those things where it's just age now at this point. But Gardner Minshew, I think you're right. Like though, at the end of camp, he may be the one that's cut of the 3, because you're not going to cut your draft pick in Carson Beck, especially if he's, if he continues to play like this in the rest of the preseason, and then you're not cutting Jacoby Brissett, who you just gave a new deal to. Gardner Minshew is probably going to be the odd man out, which means any other team is going to be able to lock him up.
On the flip side, you had the Panthers. Now, Bryce Young did not play. Understandably so, and a lot of their starters did not play. Haynes King was impressive, looked a lot like what he did at Georgia Tech in terms of his speed and mobility. He also ends up with a big game-winning drive. Dave Canales and the Panthers, where are you at on them? They won that division, a weak division. Bryce Young looked better at the end of the year, but they're still not sold on him either because they exercised the 5th-year option. They have not given him a long-term deal, and it's a make-or-break season for him. If he looks good and wins a division again, he's going to get a massive extension and be one of the highest-paid quarterbacks in football. If they end up as a team that doesn't make the postseason and Bryce Young makes mistakes and isn't able to get them to continue to move forward, then we're going to have an interesting conversation about the Panthers looking to draft a quarterback again, and Bryce Young will be a free, a potential free agent, or they'll just play out the string altogether on the 5th-year option, I guess would be in that case.
The worst move the Panthers made this offseason was the Bucs not getting an extension to Baker Mayfield. Because, look, yes, the reigning NFC South champion Carolina Panthers are probably not going to be defending their title this year when you've got a chip on his shoulder Baker Mayfield suiting up for the Bucs in Tampa. That's a Bucs team that, has won that division the 3 years prior to last year and darn near won it last year. And now you get an angry Baker Mayfield. Like, Baker plays his best when he feels like he's being doubted. It's been the story of his entire career. So I'm hard pressed to go side with any team in that division aside from the Bucs. The Panthers, though, I mean, look, are they better? Yes. Is Bryce Young kind of taken a step up? Yeah, definitely. But I just don't think they'll have it in them for that long haul. Plus, I think the Saints are going to be better, right? Like, with everything Kellen Moore's doing down there, they've got their quarterback locked in place for the upcoming season. Like, I just don't think. I think the rest of and it's not a shot at the Panthers. I just think the rest of the division is just too good for the Panthers to make any sort of run at winning that title in back-to-back years.
We talked about the Bucs and Baker last week. I told you I'm kind of out on Tampa this year. Todd Bowles, the Baker contract stuff. Bucky's coming off a shoulder injury. Vita Vea wants to be traded. The Falcons, and we can look at the odds over at BetMGM. The Falcons, to me, have an immense amount of talent on their roster. They got an experienced coach and Kevin Stefanski.
Yeah.
The question there, of course, is the quarterback, where Tua is dealing with a back injury. Penix isn't going to be ready to start the season either. But I would kind of lean towards the Falcons, but I'm with you. I'd be shocked if the Panthers repeat. I would be pretty surprised if Carolina is back-to-back division champs.
Yeah, I didn't even mention the Falcons. I mean, you're right. Like, the Falcons they're a team that's right up there at the top where they could easily walk away with this division. But yeah, if I want to go super overreactionary from the Hall of Fame game, I mean, look, this Panthers team might be the best team in football right now, without question.
Yeah, the Falcons, by the way, 4-1. Yeah, over at BetMGM to win the South. The Panthers plus 325, Saints plus 240. How about that? Bucs are plus 180. I'm not surprised. The Falcons, to me, is the best value bet in the division. I get the quarterback question, but 4-1 odds in a division that I think is as wide open as that is, I'm surprised, honestly. I think the worst bet in that is the Bucs at plus 180. I would make a bet on each of the other three teams before I would bet on the Bucs at plus 180.
No, the Falcons are loaded, but the biggest question mark is where on that team right now, as we stand here on August 8th, 2026. Where's the biggest question mark on the Falcons roster? It's the quarterback position,
of course,
right?
Quarterback, yeah.
Right, and that's the most important. That's the most important. The Saints don't have a question mark at that position. The Bucs don't have a question mark at that position. Even the Panthers don't. So I think this. I mean, I think this is a division that's kind of up for grabs. But you could make a case for any of the teams, and the only case against the Falcons is really the most important case, which is the quarterback position.
What about the rest of the preseason slate? Is there a game or two this week? I know it's preseason football, but you're at least intrigued.
Oh, yeah.
So Thursday, we get Lions, Bengals, Packers, Steelers, Colts, Patriots, Chargers, Texans, Cardinals, Raiders, Titans, 49ers. I mean, the obvious one is the Cardinals-Raiders game, right? Fernando Mendoza. Mm-hmm. I think everybody wants to see what does he look like. He's going to get his first action. I want to see Mendoza. I want to see what the Clint Kubiak offense looks like a little bit. A healthy Brock Bowers, assuming Bowers plays. I guess we won't know till later in the week. But that's one that has my attention, Raiders, just because of the young rookie quarterback. And then I know you're going to be keeping an eye on your Titans, and there'll be another game that I'll be keeping an eye on as well with Cam Ward, depending on how much he plays, but a brand new coaching staff.
Yeah, this is, oh man, there's nothing I love talking about more than some preseason schedules, like, oh baby, what do we got on the docket? I just added it to the list last week of, people overreacting to preseason football. Yes, and I went on the large rant about, how just I think this is getting excited for preseason football is like getting excited for the realtor ads that you see, like the slideshow of advertisements that air before the previews, before the movie. Well, I guess if you get actual preseason games, those would be training camp is the realtor slides. The preseason games are the previews, right? They're the previews to the movie, which I do enjoy a good preview. I like to get to my movie early into my seat so I can enjoy and see the movies that are coming up very soon. And that's all preseason is just getting a taste of that. It is nice. Like you do get to see your first looks at, Fernando Mendoza in the silver and black. I am very interested to see the Titans, Carnell Tate and and Cam Ward under Brian Dable's offense. They just had a inter squad scrimmage the other night, and Carnell Tate's making one-handed grabs, and it's not getting my juices flowing, but it's getting them to bubble up, right? And I know other fans of NFL teams are probably feeling the same. I think the biggest game that I am looking forward to, or at least a team that I'm looking forward to play actual preseason games, is the Cleveland Browns. We were kind of talking about it off the air earlier today. Like, is Deshaun Watson, is he getting the starter treatment and going to sit out a preseason game, or is this a true quarterback battle that we've got in Cleveland? Is Deshaun Watson going to suit up for every preseason game? And I think he should. Honestly, you don't know what you're going to get with Deshaun Watson. You don't know if he's going to be better than Shedeur Sanders, because last time we saw Deshaun Watson, he wasn't better than what Shedeur Sanders gave you last year. So I'm really interested to see what the Browns, what their plan of attack is, with not just who they play in the preseason, but like the number of reps and everything. And I don't think they should cut Deshaun Watson any slack whatsoever. I think he should truly have to fight for that starting position, just as if he was a rookie coming into camp.
Yeah, I think it's a real competition. I still think Deshaun has the leg up on Shedeur Sanders, but no, I think they truly are keeping this as a competition. My guess is we're a week or two away from finding out who the quote unquote starter is for the Browns. And I don't think either one of us believe whoever gets named the starter is starting all year. If it's Shedeur, I don't think he's starting all year. And if it's Deshaun Watson, I don't think he's making it through the entire season either. That's one to watch. And we'll have to wait till Tuesday or Wednesday to find out what the plan is for a lot of these teams, because there's some players that we just know are simply not going to play. I would like to think the rookies will, for obvious reasons, but it'll be interesting to see, does Todd Monken go with the plan of, all right, this preseason game, it's Deshaun Watson. Next preseason game, it's Shedeur, or is it always Deshaun starting? That kind of stuff will be interesting to follow. But I'm excited for it. Although, I told you here in my neck of the woods, I know, Mahomes is not playing, so I guess I can watch Justin Fields. I don't know why I should care about that, but I guess I'll keep an eye out. There's some other rookies that I'm intrigued by, but other than that, it's sometimes can be a brutal watch. Next Saturday, actually, during our show, the game's at 3. I guess we'll be hopping off the air, right? The Chiefs preseason game's right as our show's ending next week. So maybe I take that back, but we will have some preseason football on during our show next week.
Yeah, including the Browns playing the Bears next year. I will say this: if there's ever a time to watch Justin Fields play, it is early in the season, as we saw both in Pittsburgh and in New York.
Yeah.
The guy comes out starting every year so hot, and he looks so good. He looks like, if we see him in preseason with the Chiefs, we may be like, hey, is there a quarterback battle on our hands in Kansas City, just with how good Justin Fields always comes out playing? And then, obviously it's usually like week 2 or week 3 when he comes back down to earth. But
all right, coming up next here on BetMGM Game Day, let's go to Baltimore. Let's talk about Jesse Minter and how his camp is going. Zay Flowers gets the extension this week. We'll be joined by Jonas Schaefer from the Baltimore Banner next year on Westwood One Sports. This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting small businesses with affordable coverage options. Get a quote today at progressivecommercial.com. Alex Gold, Austin Huff, back with you here on Westwood One Sports. Let's continue talking some NFL training camp. Of course, continuing across the league, preseason week coming up starting on Thursday, a whole batch of games. We also know, unfortunately, a lot of injuries happening in the last 24, 48 hours. It looks like there was maybe a scare at Baltimore camp. Let's go out there actually right now and welcome in Jonas Schaefer from Baltimore Banner. He's kind enough to give us some time today. Jonas, I'll start right there with Zay Flowers before we even get to the contract extension. It seems like it's minor, but can you update us on what caused Zay Flowers maybe to limp off the field today?
Yeah, he was going, I think it was a 7-on-7 drill, making a catch, I believe, against, I think it was either Marlon Humphrey or Nate Wiggins, but it looked like he kind of knocked knees or went knee against quad against Jalen Hawkins, their starting safety, and, kind of crumpled to the ground. And obviously you kind of hold your breath, especially because of the tortured history of Ravens wide receivers over the course of their franchise history. So it didn't look that bad because there wasn't, great agitation among the Ravens players, coaches, staffers. But you worried a little bit when he was kind of getting treatment on the ground. And according to Jesse Minter, who we talked to after practice, the belief is it's just a quad contusion. They're considering him day to day. So they're hopeful that he won't miss a whole lot of practice time. And not like they, were planning on throwing him out there for a preseason game, but obviously, every single one of these reps in this new offense under Declan Doyle does matter.
The Ravens are one of those teams that, at least for me personally, I want to believe in them so hard, but I'm just scared. I'm scared because whenever you get a new staff change and an overhaul, it worries me because it can go. Obviously, things can be better or things can be much worse. From what you've noticed, I know it's still early, but from what you've noticed from Jesse Minter and what he's brought to the table in Baltimore, what's one good and one bad thing comparatively to the way John Harbaugh ran his organization?
Good. I guess I would say there is just maybe some more calmness here in camp. I think, Jesse obviously coached under John Harbaugh, but I think there is a little less of a kind of serrated nice edge to his personality. Like he doesn't have that level of intensity, at least in the kind of 2 or 3 weeks that we've seen from him, all told. It is a little bit more chill. The practices haven't been as long, which I guess could be a bad thing if you're looking at it. He's been more accommodating of player requests. I think they moved practice up from mid-afternoon under the kind of beating Baltimore sun, terrible humidity, to a more reasonable, I guess you would say, start time. 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock here in the morning. So it is not as taxing on some of these guys in terms of just like the water weight loss. So I think that's good. And then in terms of bad, I don't know. I think obviously you start over, you lose Todd Monken, who didn't have a unanimous approval rating here in Baltimore, but he was the architect of one of the NFL's better offenses when Lamar was healthy. And you replace him with Declan Doyle, who could be the next wonderkin to get a head coaching job, or he could be a guy who maybe realizes pretty soon, week 1, week 2, that he's kind of out over his skis. He's out of his depth, trying to lead an offense with as many mouths to feed, as many kind of needs to cater to as this one. So I think obviously the staff that he put together seems like one of the better ones for any first-year coaching staff in the NFL. But until these guys actually get out there, we see who is regressing, who is progressing. It's kind of hard to say with any kind of certainty whether the job is done.
Is there a thought that there's another level for Zay Flowers? He gets the extension, of course, this week, $140 million to move him up the wide receiver charts a bit. Is the thought in Baltimore that they can get more out of him, or that what we have seen is kind of what he's going to be at this point?
Well, he's still only 25, so I think you would hope that there is another evolution to his game that is still coming. I think probably the thing that holds him back in the general perception of either the film watchers or the fantasy football experts is just the lack of production in the red zone and just getting into the end zone in general. I think his career high for a season is 5 scores. He's not really that much of a primary target when they get inside the 20, when they get inside the 10. I don't know how drastically that's going to change under Declan Doyle, just because he is a 5'9", 186-pound wide receiver, and Lamar likes throwing to his bigger tight ends, his bigger wide receivers. But I do think if you go back and look at the tape of what he did at BC, there were more shot plays that he caught, and maybe that's just him running by, kind of some inferior competition in ACC. But a lot of his production has been underneath. A lot of his production has been in the intermediate range. He's a good yards after the catch guy, but we haven't really seen him, take the top off, run by a safety on a post route, and just kind of, nail a guy for a 70-yard catch and run score. So that still might be in the offing. The Ravens that want explosive days probably after Lamar and maybe Derrick Henry, the most explosive guy on this team. So it's going to be fun to see just how many ways the Ravens have meant to get the ball in his hands.
Jonas Schaefer, who covers the Baltimore Ravens for the Baltimore Banner, is on with us right now. And Jonas, let's talk about Derrick Henry. Earlier this week with Kay Adams, he told her that he doesn't want to go to another place. He would like to end his career in Baltimore. And I'm going to be upfront with you. I'm going to peel back the curtain here, Jonas. I am a Nashville native, okay, and I was cursed with becoming a Titans fan for my entire life. And, I'm just kind of sick and tired of this. Every time the Titans have a great player in the league, he ends up somehow in Baltimore. I mean, first it was, Steve McNair, and then Derek Mason, Samari Rolle. Now, Derrick Henry, they all end their careers in Baltimore. Why? Can you guys just stop? Can you stop taking anything good that Tennessee has and making it your own for the last half of their career? Like, I'm getting kind of sick of it. What is in the water up there in Baltimore? Is it the crab cakes? Like, what? I want to know what it is. Obviously, the success, and it's a well-run organization, blah, blah, blah. But what is it that these guys just keep being like, yeah, no, Baltimore's awesome?
It's a very well-run organization with a lot of stability to it.
Yeah, I knew you were going to say that. I knew you were going to say that.
I know. I want to push back a little bit on the scales of justice karmically, because you'll always have 2019. You'll always have the Titans
right.
as a double-digit underdog, winning against a team that a lot of teams were picking to not just go to Super Bowl but win Super Bowl. I mean, that 2019 Ravens team might be the best of Ravens team that I've covered since I've been on the beat. So never forget that you'll always have that in your quiver. But I think Derrick Henry is kind of one-on-one. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, look, 2019 was just payback for 2001 when Ray Lewis stripped Eddie George and ran it back for a touchdown. That was the 13-3 division-winning Tennessee Titans that probably would have gone on to their second straight Super Bowl had it not been for the freaking Ravens. So really, I mean, there's been some great battles on the field over the years between these two teams. I just want like a Lamar Jackson to end up as a Titan for once. Like I want it to go the other way, where like someone eventually retires as a Titan rather than the Titans always retiring as Ravens.
We'll see, but. Back to Derrick. I mean, I'm sure he's just kind of one of one as an athlete. Like he just has an unbelievable work ethic. Just nothing can really quench his desire to work out and to be as fit as possible. I mean, it's just incredible what he's been able to do since he got to Baltimore. I think he is like either first or second in the NFL in rushing yards since he got to Baltimore, ahead of Saquon Barkley, Christian McCaffrey, all the heavy hitters. And maybe he didn't have quite as much juice as he did last year as he did in 2024, but I still think only Saquon had more runs hitting 20 miles per hour at its peak, according to Next Gen Stats, than did Derrick Henry. I think maybe Keaton Mitchell, who's obviously no longer at Baltimore, was also right up there at the top of the leaderboard. But what he's able to do is pretty remarkable. I think maybe you'll see more of a Tennessee style, like a Tennessee vintage Derrick Henry offense for him, where it's not as much shotgun, not as much pistol, a little bit more under center, play action, wide zone, bootleg, all the stuff from that kind of offensive meta that's spreading around the league. So we'll see. It's going to be interesting to see, whether that is still the best way to get the most out of him, or if maybe they revert to going Lamar, read option, Derrick Henry, shotgun, all that kind of good stuff.
Zach Taylor is the only returning coach in the AFC North. How do you view that division that has had some turnover there on the coaching front? And obviously last year was the Steelers finding a way to get it done.
Yeah, I mean, I think if the Steelers didn't have a quarterback who I think most people would say is probably like bottom 10 in the NFL entering 2026, I probably wouldn't have too many reservations about, labeling the favorite in the AFC. I just think that they have the best roster, non-quarterback division in this division. I like their line play. I like their wide receiver core. Their pass rushers, are always good and much better than the Ravens over the past couple of years. But I just think that even though the Ravens could not get a single win off Aaron Rodgers last year, Lamar, perhaps rejuvenated in this Declan Doyle offense, could be the tiebreaker there. And it's going to be really interesting to see what happens when they meet, I think, twice in pretty close succession toward the end of the year. Obviously, we're not really thinking too much about the Browns here because of everything this offseason. We're trading away on Myles Garrett and not really having a quarterback still to speak of. So I think the wild card in this division just becomes the Bengals. Like, how much do you trust what Dexter Lawrence can be for them up front? Has their pass rush gotten more stable after losing Trey Hendrickson? Has their safety play, has their second level play improved where it's not really the disaster as a run defense that it has been in recent seasons? I don't have a whole lot of faith in that coaching staff to get the most out of those guys, but it seems like that their personnel, side of things is at least making moves to cause some waves and to maybe, lift that defense to a perch where it can at least be passable and not cost the offense like it did so many times last year.
Jonas Schaefer of the Baltimore Banner, he covers the Ravens, giving us some good insight on what's going on at training camp and looking ahead to the start of this season. Really appreciate the time, man.
Thanks, guys, for having me. Have a great weekend.
Thanks, Jonas.
There you go. Jonas Schaefer with us here on Westwood One Sports. Yeah, that division, man, with the coaching changes. And it is kind of funny that Zach Taylor is the last remaining coach. Who would have thought in that division, despite how everything else has played out?
Yeah, with the offseason we had, where I'm pretty sure 31 of 32 teams had new coaching hires. Like, that's what it felt like, right? Like half or 2/3 of the league all made coaching changes? Like, this was such an anomaly of a year, and that's why I feel like going into this year, there's probably a bigger question mark on every franchise than any other year that I can remember of years past. Like, there's so much up in the air because just because you got a new coach doesn't mean things will get better.
Oh, no question. I mean, you and I have kind of had that discussion with one of our producers behind the scenes. Grant's a big Ravens guy. And it's like, I'm not saying the Ravens can't win that division, but this idea that Jesse Minter comes in and it's just going to be better than Harbaugh, like, it might, but there is no guarantee. In fact, history would tell us turnover with coaches that it's not going to be better. But maybe it will be. But history would say it's not going to be.
You see way more of those coordinators being, promoted to head coach. You see way more Peter Principle outcomes than anyone else, right? Like, than any other position, because it's like you've got these guys taking head coaching jobs for the first time in their careers. And sometimes you find out that, they're better as a coordinator than they are a head coach, because when you're a head coach, you're a CEO. When you're an offensive coordinator, you're like a CMO, right? Like, it's a totally different job, and it's a lot easier to maintain and manage than being the guy. So I'm really curious. Like, there's a lot of those. The Joe Brady in Buffalo is another one that I feel like I'm curious whether or not they'll be able to take on everything that it takes to be a successful head coach in this league.
He's Austin Huff. I'm Alex Gold. This is BetMGM Game Day. Up next, we'll go to the NBA briefly because we continue to find out more and more details about what Kawhi was agreeing to behind scenes. Now we find out maybe another deal. Pablo Torre continues to dig deep. We'll see what this means for the potential trade that, remember, is on hold between the Clippers and Raptors. That's coming up next. BetMGM players will receive an MLB Odds Boost token and a MLB Parlay Boost token. All you have to do to use the token is add MLB bets to your bet slip over at BetMGM, activate the respective token, and if you win your wager that was made with either token, you will receive extra winnings in unrestricted bonus dollars only at BetMGM. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you here on a Saturday edition of BetMGM Game Day. You guys can always watch the show on YouTube and Twitch. Just search BetMGM tonight. Coming up in about 15 minutes or so, we'll get back in NFL training camps, including running backs, 3 of them, all signing new deals this week, where the league is shifting with running backs compared to a deal that a guy like Zay Flowers, who we just got done talking about, got with the Baltimore Ravens. We'll also talk more about the Dodgers and where they stack up in baseball, looking at the final 2 months here or so of the regular season. But thinking of LA, Austin, every 3 to 4 weeks, I feel like Pablo Torre just keeps digging.
Oh my gosh.
And finds out something. I mean, his podcast is called Pablo Torre Finds Out, and he's done a great job with all the investigating. Well, this Kawhi Leonard story just continues to get stranger. So the latest update was that the Clippers star, who got traded to Toronto but then couldn't go through with the trade because of all this, is that there was a sponsorship deal with, of course, the now bankrupt Green Banking Company. Okay, that's what started this whole thing. And then also, Pablo Torre is investigating claims that there was an undisclosed sponsorship agreement allegedly worth millions of dollars with the company that designed the Clippers video board inside their new dome, their new arena, the Intuit Dome. That company would be a company that we've probably all heard of, Daktronics. And Torre interviewed someone identified as an anonymous high-level source under contract for the Intuit Dome, who alleged that the sponsorship deal was 1,000% a way to circumvent the salary cap. They claim it was funneling money from the Clippers through Daktronics back to Kawhi. Now, Torre does say it's unclear when the Kawhi part began a sponsorship deal with Daktronics or what the terms were, that there was not a active contract with the company. But man, this continues to get dirtier and dirtier, deeper and deeper we go. I don't know where you're at on like the long-term impact here. I still believe at some point the league is going to suspend him a small amount of games. And I think what's going to happen is there will be no trade, and somehow he's going to just end up like signing with another team or something in the middle of the season. Like I feel like the Clippers are going to I feel like they're going to get nothing for him.
Yeah. Before I get to the basketball side of this, I just want to quickly say that I cheated on a Spanish test my junior year of high school. Okay. The reason I'm putting that out there now is because I don't want Pablo Torre to eventually report on this later on down the road and oust me for this. Okay. This guy uncovers everything. Like he has a batting average higher than Shohei Ohtani. It feels like he's single-handedly trying to save journalism, and not just journalism, but investigative journalism, authentic investigative journalism. I mean, like, who else is looking to see where the funding for a Jumbotron company is being fed out to, right? Like, he's been working on this story for 11 months, he said. 11 months of finding sources, fact-checking those sources, and then double-checking those sources. And now he's dropping nukes that sound more like Mad Libs. Like, okay, all right, give me an NBA player. Okay, all right, Kawhi Leonard. All right, now give me something you find in an arena. Oh, Jumbotron. Nice. Okay, let me write that down. Okay, now give me a verb. Okay, circumvent. All right, nice. That's a good one. And give me a noun. Okay, salary cap. Okay, I got it down. Like again, Pablo Torre has a higher hit rate than Magnum PI, Inspector Gadget, and Angela Lansbury in Murder, She Wrote. Only this scandal is scandal he podcasted. That's what it should be. Pablo Torre, hat tip to you, my fine sir, and only because I don't want you to eventually unearth the skeletons that are in my closet eventually down the road, even though I know he's going to. It's not a matter of if Pablo Torre uncovers your deepest, darkest secrets. It's a matter of when at this point. But to the basketball side of things, the basketball side of things, this is we're going on a year now of the NBA investigating this Kawhi Leonard thing. And meanwhile, there's now a trade that is being held up with all of this. So I mean, like, it's just a mess for the NBA. And if it, I'm kind of siding on the Pablo Torre side of things here. Like, it's, when there's smoke, there's fire, right? So I do feel like there is going to be something that comes out of this. To your point of, like, how much does Kawhi have to, how much trouble is he going to get into? I don't know. The NBA has always been pretty harsh and has always served pretty good justice when it comes to this sort of stuff, to make an example as to making sure it doesn't happen again. So I could see it becoming a real issue, but it is wild for the Raptors right now, because they're just kind of like the odd man out here. They're like, look, we just want to, like, it's like when you're in line at like Chipotle and like the person in front of you is arguing with the person making your burrito bowl. You're like, look, I just want to pay for my food and get out of here. I don't want any part of this, but you're being held up, right? That's the Raptors. The Raptors are the next guy in line. They're feuding while the Clippers and NBA, kind of go back and forth with this investigation. I don't know what to make of what's going to come of this. And I don't even know when this will be finished, right? Like,
well, it's got to be done by the season. I mean, it should already be done now, but it's got to be done by October, when preseason games start up. You're right about it's holding up, some other players and whether or not they need to move and where they're going to live. We're talking about another country because the Rams are the Rams. The Raptors are part of this thing. So yeah, I mean, it's got implications there. And I still think in this entire deal, I find it hard to believe the Clippers were the only team that's ever done this. This is so elaborate. Steve Ballmer's is a very smart individual, but there's no way they're the only team that was doing something like this, right?
Right.
And that's where I think the NBA is terrified of how they handle the punishment, because I'm convinced there's at least one other, if not more, other organizations at some point in the last 10 or 15 years that have done some under-the-table, backdoor ways to circumvent the cap.
I know this is the second time I brought up Richard Nixon today on the show, but remember Watergate when he had, he had people go in and break in and try and steal some files from the Watergate hotel.
I do recall that.
I feel like every other NBA team should do the same thing, but at Pablo Torre's office, and steal all of his podcast mics. That way he won't be able to report on the things that you were doing, just like the Clippers. Because you're right. Like, the Clippers are not alone in this. Like, there were some other teams circumventing the cap, trying to get players paid more money. But, I mean, and as much as I want to say, like, yeah, you got to think they're going to wrap up this investigation before the season started. But we were kind of saying the same thing leading into free agency. Like, the NBA's got to wrap up this investigation before free agency. That way, in case the Clippers want to move on from Kawhi, but that never happened. So now I'm like wondering, like, we could be halfway into next season before the NBA finally comes down with a justice.
Yeah, I mean, anything's possible. I don't think they can let it go into the season. I think one way or the other, whether we like the ruling or not, they have to settle this thing and be done. You just have too much up in the air, not just for Kawhi, but as you said, there's other players involved and other teams that might want to make a separate move now. It's August the 8th and the league claims they're still investigating. I think they're just terrified again for what we're going to all learn. And Pablo Torre, is probably somebody that the NBA is not a huge fan of right now.
All right, what's the worst thing that Pablo Torre would uncover from you right now, Alex? You might as well say it now before he
I will
tells the
say
world.
It's funny you said you cheated on a Spanish test. There was a whole group of us in a science class that there was a substitute teacher one day, and we all absolutely just cheated on a test that day. All of us, absolutely. Yeah, everybody did. It was way too obvious too.
If we take the ammo out of Pablo Torre's gun before he can shoot it off, then we're good, right? Then he can't find out.
That's right. All right, up next, let's talk about some running backs that got paid and what it tells us about where the league is headed here on Westwood One Sports. Final hour of the show here on Westwood One Sports. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you. It is BetMGM game day. Get back into the NFL with some of the running backs that got deals this week. Also a wide receiver in Zay Flowers, what it tells us about the NFL and where things continue to head. You guys can always interact with us at 310-840-4910, 310-840-4910. Also, you can watch the show on YouTube and Twitch. Just search BetMGM tonight. It is Hall of Fame weekend, we know, in the NFL because we all watch the Hall of Fame game on Thursday. You were talking during the break about the induction ceremonies going on. Drew Brees reportedly, we've been live on the air during it, but I guess had an unbelievable speech. Do you get into like the induction stuff when it comes to Hall of Fames? I think as a kid, I would sit on Sundays and I'd watch the Hall of Fame speeches, and I would watch the Cooperstown speech for baseball, and when those guys were inducted like a couple weeks ago when Beltran and company got in. I'll be honest, I have not watched a full, or even other than the clips and highlights of an induction ceremony in a very long time. I think it's, the next time a team that I cover or root for has a player being inducted, I probably will. And with Carlos Beltran, I guess, played for the Royals, but he didn't go in as a Royal. Do you watch any of that stuff?
Yeah, I never did growing up, and I think a large part of that was just because it was older that like I didn't know, right? Like I didn't necessarily know most of their career, but now I'm getting to the age where it's like Drew Brees, that's a guy like I remember him at Purdue, right? Like I remember watching him play in college, and now here I've lived long enough to see his entire NFL career plus 5 years to allow him to get into the Hall of Fame. And I think like players like Drew Brees, like, because I've always been a fan of Drew Brees. I thought he was just a tremendous quarterback. Only quarterback to throw for 5,000 yards 5 times. The next closest quarterback has only done it twice. Patrick Mahomes, your guy, being one of them. Which is just that in and of itself is an insane stat. 5 years of 5,000 yards passing in an era where like even nowadays, I feel like, passing is more prevalent than it was when Drew Brees was around. Obviously, sure. I think he kind of started that surge. But I think to have, like, if it's a player that is a player that's been on a team that I followed, like if Eddie George somehow ever gets in, or like, I believe that Chris Johnson deserves a spot in it just based off of the explosiveness that he brought to that position and rushing for over 2,000 yards, which I think is such a rare feat in a 16-game schedule. It should not go understated. I think he should be in. I think Derrick Henry eventually should get in. I'll watch guys like that give speeches. But outside of that, yeah, no, like I'm not, Larry Fitzgerald. I love Larry Fitzgerald. I'm not going to sit there and watch his entire speech. But I may have to go back and watch Drew Brees's based off of what I'm reading online of how good it was.
Yeah, it sounds like it was a great speech. Larry Fitzgerald's an interesting name that you brought up too, because I do think in general he's probably one of the more underrated guys for a guy that's going in the Hall of Fame. So he's not underrated to where he's not a Hall of Fame player, but I still think of the grouping of wide receivers, he's actually a pretty underrated wide receiver throughout his playing career. And then you look at like guys that are now first time eligible next year. So here's the list that number doesn't mean that there won't be some guys from this past year that didn't get in, but the eligibility list, Gronk is now eligible starting next year.
Oh my gosh.
Ben Roethlisberger. Yeah, make you feel old, man. That's what this does. Jeez. Makes you feel old. Gronk, Roethlisberger, Adrian Peterson, Richard Sherman, Cam Newton, Antonio Brown, Le'Veon Bell, Andrew Whitworth, Alex Mack, Gerald McCoy, and Eric Weddle, all first-time eligible for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. I mean, look, Gronk's going to be in the Hall of Fame, should be first ballot. Big Ben's going to get in. I assume Ben will be first ballot. He's going to get in if he's not. But I think he's first ballot, but either way, he'll be in the next couple of years. Adrian Peterson, as time goes on, I think he gets in. I don't think he's a first ballot. Do you?
I think, look, and maybe it's just me, and it's like the soft spot I have in my heart for running backs. I think if you rush for over 2,000 yards in a season, I think that should be an automatic ticket into the Pro Football Hall of Fame for you almost.
He's getting
obviously
in. Like Adrian Peterson's getting in. I'm just wondering if he's first ballot. Absolutely, Adrian Peterson is a Hall of Famer. I'm just saying, will he be a first ballot Hall of Fame? Remember, there's other guys that didn't get in this year that still might get in. You can't put in 10 guys in every year,
Sure, sure. I would say yes, especially even just based off of the year where he had coming off of the knee injury that just mutilated his knee. Obviously, he's got the off the field issues that he ran into with his career and with his son and all of that, which I do feel like the Hall of Fame does take into consideration and as they should. But if we're talking just play on the field, I think he should be a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Yeah, so we'll that'll be next year, and then we'll have the controversy again. Remember, Bill Belichick did not get into this year's class, so be curious what the voting looks like next year.
And later you and I will have the debate as to whether or not Eli Manning should get in, because there is no hill I am willing to die on more than Eli Manning is not a Hall of Famer.
We've had this debate already, and I'll be honest, that conversation is turning closer and closer into like the LeBron MJ GOAT debate, where I just have zero interest in having the conversation. Like it's happened too many times now where it's like I'm almost not interested in that debate anymore. But we have had it on this show, I think probably back in February, right? Or January, February, when we were finding out who was getting in as a coach, and somehow it came up. Eli's name got brought up when we were discussing Bill Belichick not getting in as a first ballot head coach.
You and I talk all the time about how ring culture is just ruining sports. And I think there's no surefire case of that than Eli Manning and the people that think he belongs in the Hall of Fame because of just, he won 2 Super Bowls and he won 2 Super Bowl MVPs. Yeah. What did he do literally every other year in his career? He wasn't just like mediocre. He was bad. He was awful.
Hey, man, be careful, though. Bill Barnwell probably thinks he was the best quarterback of the 2010s all-decade team over Tom Brady and over Peyton Manning. I bet you it was Eli. It was not Tom Brady as the all-decade quarterback.
You're lucky Eli Manning's not still playing today, because he would have him as the first-team quarterback over Josh Allen.
No question.
Patrick Mahomes.
Man, oh man. Sticking with the NFL, but let's go to present-day NFL, because 3 running backs got paid this week. Bijan Robinson got a new deal worth up to $75 million, 3-year extension, $51 million guaranteed. Jahmyr Gibbs shortly after that, just slightly above for a historic mark of $75.75 million, $51.5 million guaranteed. Also, Jonathan Taylor had a reworked 2-year, $44 million extension, locking him with the team through the 2028 NFL season. We knew all 3 of these guys were going to get deals this offseason. Gibbs was just waiting for Robinson. Once Robinson got his, it was this trickle-down effect. It's interesting, while it's still not wide receiver money, because look what Zay Flowers got, 4 years, $140 million. We've come a long ways in the last 3 to 4 years. Whenever that was, maybe it's been 5, honestly, when Austin Eckler was having that Zoom call with all the running backs, and they were saying how we got to do something. The NFLPA's got to help, but they got to do something. Running backs are getting mistreated. We don't get paid and all this. And now, while it's not running back money, it's shifted, man. The league values running backs again, not just based on the financials, but look how teams are investing, and look how teams are relying on backs more than they were 5 years ago. Anybody that plays fantasy football, of course, knows that as well. It's been a huge topic in that world. So we've kind of gotten back to where I think running backs truly are properly valued right now in the NFL.
Yeah, everything ebbs and flows, right? Like, it's everything that goes out of style comes back in style, right? Like, it's like you're starting to see a rise in Christina Aguilera's low-cut jeans. They're starting to make their way back after what seemed like a decade.
What's old is new again.
Right? Like, it's just, it's vintage, right? And so running backs being cool in an offense, that's vintage, and everybody loves vintage. Look, I think it's rightfully so. The running back position never went anywhere. The people's interest in the running back position did. And I think that, when you have a player like Bijan Robinson or Jahmyr Gibbs in your backfield, that it completely changes the dynamic of an offense. Like Derrick Henry, another one. Jonathan Taylor, another one. Like, when you've got these players in your backfield, you have to respect the run. You have to load the box. And what does that do for your offense? It makes it wide open over top. And so I think you can't have one without the other. You can't have a really great pass game without a good run game, and you can't have a really good run game without a great pass game. Like, to be a truly great team in the league, it has to like kind of work together. Obviously there are a few examples that that maybe the outliers of that, but for the most part in football, right? Like you need one to work with the other. And look, are those guys, are Robinson and Gibbs, are they the best running backs of all time? No, they're not. Are they the best running backs right now? Did they cash in at a good time? Yes, they did. And sure, they passed guys like Saquon Barkley and Derrick Henry and Christian McCaffrey, who still are at the top of their game at that position. But these are just kind of the flavor of the week, and they're cashing out for it. And kudos to them for getting so. I do find it hilarious, though, that even for as much money as they are getting, Gibbs, the 3-year, $67.5 million contract extension, and Robinson, the 3-year, $75 million contract extension. I do find it funny that those are actually steals comparatively to what Marshawn Lynch and Adrian Peterson got when they signed deals back in like 2015. It's kind of like, look, Alex, you and I, we work in radio, right? And we hear from people that are older than us that have worked in radio decades prior to us. And they're like, man, what we used to get paid back then, right? Like what we used to get paid back then. That's essentially what the running back position has become. Like they're basically radio DJs where it's like, man, if you worked in this industry 10 years ago, you'd be making 10 times as much. But it's all about timing, and kudos to Robinson and Gibbs for cashing in when they could.
Yeah, and look, this is not a knock on Zay Flowers, just the nature of the position, but Zay Flowers, what he's making, he's not as valuable, in my opinion, as Bijan Robinson is in the NFL. Jahmyr Gibbs is in the NFL, but it's just the nature of the position. He's valuable to the Ravens, of course, but I don't know many teams that would say, for their offense, would they rather have Jahmyr Gibbs in their offense or Zay Flowers? I think it's a pretty simple answer. You'd rather have Jahmyr Gibbs in your offense, but it's just still the way the position works. Now, there's a very important topic we have to get to before we get to a break from the YouTube chat. Our guy West Coast, who's been listening throughout the entire show, we appreciate that. You can watch the show. He wants to know, is Austin in the Hall of Fame at his high school? Austin, if you don't know, played running back in high school, walked on at that school in Columbia that gets confused a lot about what they've won and what they haven't won.
Okay, all
Missouri,
right.
that is. But
all right. No,
are you in your high school Hall of Fame?
Okay, so this is actually a really funny story and really funny time to bring this up. And I'm assuming the commenter, West Coast 250 on YouTube, I'm maybe they follow me on socials or not, but the timing of this question, if not, the timing of this question could not have come at a more perfect time. One, I don't know if my high school has a Hall of Fame or not. Two, with that said, I may or may not have pranked both my co-host and my producer on my weekday morning show here in Chicago as to me getting into our Hall of Fame. So earlier this week, our boss, Marcy Brown, who is the brand manager for US 99 in Chicago, which is the country station that I work for, she got inducted into the Country Radio Hall of Fame. So we flew down to Nashville did a couple of shows from Nashville earlier this week, and it was great. And so we were doing, all sorts of like kind of Hall of Fame bits around the show throughout the week. And we thought, okay, let's call our high schools and try and see if we can get ourselves into our own high school Hall of Fames. So we called my high school, and my principal, that was the principal at Brown High, who was the principal when I was there, hopped on the phone with us and said, Austin, what are you talking about? I said, can I be in the Hall of Fame? He said, what are you talking about? We inducted you into the Hall of Fame back in 2017. You've been in the Hall of Fame this whole time. You RSVP'd and never showed up. You didn't come to the induction ceremony. He goes, I believe you were working for Jim Rome at the time, which I was. I was a producer for Jim Rome in 2017. And I was like, I don't remember getting that ever. Well, lo and behold, he goes on to reveal an inside joke that we have had on our show for a long time, between my co-host and my producer. And at that moment is when my co-host and my producer realized that this whole thing was a prank, and the guy playing my producer was a radio and TV personality in Nashville named Joe Dubin, who came on and faked his way onto becoming my principal. And thus, the story of me being in my high school's Hall of Fame. So no, I don't know. I don't think my high school has an actual Hall of Fame. But this week I was in the fake Hall of Fame for a while.
That's great. So
it
you
was
had
a lot of
somebody
fun.
call in, acting as your principal, convincing them that you were already in the Hall of Fame. So good. So good.
Yeah, it was fantastic, and they got it hook, line, and sinker. It's on my Instagram at Austin Huff on Instagram if you want to watch the video of them just falling for it, and he was just going on and on about how great of a student I was, how great of a football player I was. It was awesome. At Austin Huff on Instagram if you want to check that out.
How quickly did they realize, like all of a sudden, did they all of a sudden just say, wait a second, this is not your, how long did it take them to realize, okay, this is too much?
Full disclosure, my junior year of high school, I had a friend, obviously I was a football player, and I had friends on the cheerleading squad, and the juniors on the cheerleading squad told me at one point, hey, there's a senior on the cheerleading squad named Lacey Wade, and she told us, the cheerleaders, that you had the cutest butt on the football team. Now, that's a compliment, Alex, that as a man. That sits with you forever. That is a compliment I will remember until my dying days. Yeah. And so I have made it a point of contention to brag about that to both my co-host and my producer all the time. I'm bringing up, hey, Lacey Wade said I had the cutest butt on the football team, my junior year of high school. So that has been an ongoing joke just amongst us. And so when Principal Joe Dubin came on the air with us, he goes, Austin, there's a teacher here at Brentwood High School. She teaches math. Her name is Lacey Wade. And all of a sudden they perk up. And then he goes, and she was telling me the other day, she's like, Dr. Joe, Austin had the cutest butt on the football team back in high school. And he's like, and I'm a principal. I don't know if I'm not allowed to comment on those types of matters. And it was at that moment that they knew that this whole thing was a prank and that I set up the entire thing. It was phenomenal.
That's great. Well done. Well done. All right. Well, there you go. Answered, West Coast. Your question is answered. He is not in his high school Hall of Fame.
I don't think there is a Hall. But even if there was a Hall of Fame, I probably wouldn't be in it, to be honest with you.
All right, guys. Up next, let's talk a little baseball. Back to the Dodgers. Scooble's a Dodger. What it says about baseball, and why did no other team put together a trade package the way they did? That's next. This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you here on Westwood One Sports. It's BetMGM Game Day. Appreciate those of you watching on YouTube and Twitch. Can chat over there. You can also call or text 310-840-4910. 310-840-4910. Let's get back into some baseball. We know we're post-trade deadline, and this time last week we were wondering when the big trades would go down. Of course, Skubal goes to the Dodgers, and that prompted just, I would say, like a immediate reaction from sports fans across baseball saying, all right, there's no way we're not missing games now next year. This has to stop. This is a joke, on and on and on and on. And while you and I both do believe, unfortunately, we're going to miss baseball games next year, the Dodgers are not the problem. There are other owners in the sport are a problem. The CBA agreement currently is a problem. The Dodgers went out and added the best possible pitcher they could to put them in a spot where they are definitively, they already were a favorite. They are definitively the favorite, even if they don't have the best record right now, to win the World Series and to repeat, and the rich get richer. And it appeared they didn't really have to give up a ton, but I'll remind people he was a rental. Skubal's a rental. It's not like they're getting Skubal for the next 4 years, although they could sign him to a new deal in the offseason if there is baseball, and they would have a leg up, you would think, in negotiations, seeing the fact that he's already in-house. But this trade that happened is more about other teams not being willing to mortgage some of their pieces, what they perceive of the future, because it's more costly for them to do that. The Brewers can't make a mistake in their mind trading away prospects the way the Dodgers can trade away prospects. And if those guys turn out to be stars, it's not as detrimental to them.
Yeah. When I was at Mizzou, during summer practice, 2-a-days, we would always have like team meetings. And at these team meetings, occasionally we would have like a motivational speaker come in and talk to the team. You know, like sometimes like nowadays you see like O's the mentalist, you know, like doing like tricks and like, you know, keeping, but it's like to entertain, but also to motivate your team. And I'll never forget, we had this one motivational speaker that came in one day, and he was holding I believe it was $100 bill, and he was just holding $100 bill, and he pulls it out and he's holding it in front of the team, and he says, you know, if I had this $100 bill, what would you do to get this $100 bill from me? And, you know, some people would be like, you know, like, oh, I'd ask you for it. Or, you know, some people would be like, you know, I don't know, I'd fight you for it, you know, whatever. And people were just shouting out answers. And a wide receiver on the team by the name of Greg Bracey, I'll never forget this, just stood up from his chair and went down to the front of the entire team meeting room and just took the $100 bill out of the guy's hand. And I'm thinking like, what is he doing? Like, is he crazy? Like, he's going to get in trouble for this. Like, the coaches are going to, you know, yell at him. Like, and like he's interrupting this dude's like motivational speech. But that's exactly what the motivational speaker wanted someone to do, was to come down and just take it. Because and the lesson there was, when opportunity presents itself, you have to take it. Don't wait for it to come to you. Don't wait for someone to ask you for it or anything like that. It was a great lesson. And that's how I feel like the Dodgers are the Greg Bracey in this situation. Like, whenever opportunity presents itself to them, they take advantage. Now, yes, is the Greg Bracey in this scenario a billionaire? Yeah. Yes, they are. All right. They've got more money than others. But instead of sitting and complaining about the billionaire that is taking the opportunities presented to themselves, what you have to do is take advantage of the opportunity that presents themselves. Like when a Tarek Skubal is on the trading block and he can go to literally any team in baseball. And for the price that the Dodgers paid for him, it's not that much. The Braves could have afforded that. The Brewers could have afforded that. In fact, I'm kind of annoyed that the Brewers didn't take advantage of that, because if you have a pitching rotation with Jacob Mizorowski and Tarek Skubal going into October, that is basically a free pass. That is like you got the fast pass at Disney World where you could skip the line. That is a fast pass to the NLCS, because in a 5-game series in the NLDS, where the Brewers are already the number 1 seed in the NL as it stands right now today. They're the number 1 seed, so they won't have to worry about the wild card round. You get both Jacob, the Miz, and Tarek Skubal in a 5-game series. That puts you up 2-0. I don't care what offense you're playing. I don't care if you're playing the Dodgers offense. That is, those two pitchers are that dominant to where you're already ahead of the 8 ball. Like, you're already ahead of the curve. And that, to me, was an opportunity that the Brewers had, that they didn't just walk up and take that $100 bill out of the motivational speaker's hand. They should have, but they didn't. It's an opportunity lost. And now here you got the rest of the team complaining that Greg Bracey is $100 richer. You got the rest of the team complaining that the Dodgers are a Tarek Skubal richer now, when they could have had that Tarek Skubal too. It's really frustrating. Free agency and what the Dodgers do in free agency, that's a whole nother argument. I'm just talking about this trade deadline and how every other team completely pooped the bed.
Yeah, look, I do think teams overvalue prospects plenty of times. They're terrified of moving on from. I still do think if you're the Brewers, if you're the Rays, if you're the Braves, any other team you thought should have been able to put together a package, maybe the Braves are the wrong team to mention there, more so talking about the Brewers than anybody, that them moving on from a prospect is a bigger deal than the Dodgers moving on from a prospect. That's my only, I guess, defense of it at all would be it's way more detrimental for them, a lifeblood of their organization. They count on it more than the Dodgers. That's not to say the Dodgers don't have homegrown guys, but I think we all recognize if they need a shortstop or a second baseman in a given offseason, way easier for the Dodgers to find a solution than it is for the Brewers or the Royals or whoever. That's all I'm saying.
The Dodgers are deeper, and that's just because the Dodgers don't just spend money on the field. They spend money off the field. Their developmental program is top-notch. Their farm system is top-notch. Like,
Austin,
they
got these pitching machines. They got these pitching machines that simulate real pitchers. I believe they're like over $150,000 a piece. I think the Royals have like one of them. The Dodgers have 7 of these machines. I'm serious. It's something like that. It's crazy.
Yeah, no, it is. And obviously, but they've also been smart with their investments. 73% of the money that they're the first MLB team to make over $1 billion in revenue last year. 73% of that money goes right back into the organization. So it's not like these owners are lining their pockets, whereas just about every other Major League Baseball team does. They take their money. I think they're the second. It's the Mets spend the most or put the most of the money back into their system, and then the Dodgers are number 2 in that front. So they're investing back into their product to get this good. Now, with the Brewers, yes, their prospects are a lifeblood of what they do. But this year, more than any other year, you would think would be the year to push your chips to the center of the table. Because we don't know if we're going to have baseball past December 1st or when baseball will return. We could miss an entire 2027, in which case, not only do you miss an entire year of baseball, but you miss an entire year of the prime of Jacob Mizorowski. You miss an entire year of the prime of Tarek Skubal. You miss an entire year of the prime of everyone on your roster. So, which is why I feel like teams should be pushing all of their chips to the center of the table now more than any other year in history. And especially teams like, obviously like the Mets are a bad example, but like the Yankees, for example. The Yankees are a team that they spend a lot of money. There could be a cap next year. They may have to cut some guys off of their roster just based off of what gets put into place with the new CBA. If a salary cap is added to the sport or a salary floor for the worst teams.
Yeah, and obviously you were just throwing out stuff there. I don't know how that would work. It's fascinating with the cap. I wonder if they would phase it in. You know what I mean? Like I doubt they would make the Dodgers have to. And that's why I also think, Austin, I think that's why the Dodgers are making this trade too, because they're trying to do as much of these moves and contracts. They probably are going to sign Skubal to an extension before the CBA expires in December. They want to get as many of these moves done. That way they're grandfathered in, because even if we end up getting a salary cap, I don't think they're going to make the Dodgers before the start of the season. All right, you got to shed, I don't know, $70 million or whatever, whatever it would be. I don't think they would require them to do that. I think they'd get grandfathered in. The deferred contracts are not going to make them remove the deferred contract that they have with Shohei.
Yeah.
They'll be grandfathered in. I think that's how some of this would play out. But unfortunately, we're going to be, I think, missing multiple games, multiple weeks, multiple months of baseball in 2027. And your argument, I get it from hey, this is your year to get it done. Brewers, get it done. The odds over at BetMGM, the Brewers are 9-1 to win it all. The Yankees 7-1. Dodgers plus 155. You got the Braves and Red Sox are 11-1. Cubs and Rays are 15-1. The Phillies are 18-1, and the Astros sitting at 25-1 right now. And I told you earlier, the issue with betting on any of the other NL teams is just that you got to get through the Dodgers just to get to the World Series.
And that'll be a Dodgers team with a Blake Snell back, with a Tyler Glass now back, with the just the luxury of riches that they have at that, just at the pitching position, let alone, when you get to their roster. The fortunate thing is that you do have to cap your playoff roster at a certain number, and you can't keep rotating guys in and out so that's the good news for other teams. But yeah, it's not like the Brewers and Braves are trying to catch the Dodgers. If the season ended today, the Dodgers are in the wild card round, just like they were last year, right? Like and we all know the playoffs are a crapshoot. I know the Dodgers have kind of steamrolled their way to the World Series, but you're a few plays away, inches away from the Blue Jays winning the World Series last year. They are beatable. This is not like an end all be all that the Dodgers are winning another World Series, which makes it all the more frustrating that the Brewers didn't take that step to get better. Why the Braves didn't take that step to get better. The Braves had a great trade deadline back in 2021 when they got Jock Peterson and a bunch of other pieces. And what did they do in 2021? They beat the Dodgers in the NLCS, and they go on to win the World Series in 2021. So I'm just like, I don't get it. You're not trying to catch the Dodgers. The Dodgers are vulnerable. They're in the middle of a 7-game losing streak right now. They are a vulnerable team. It's just a shame that nobody, going back to my analogy, nobody is getting up out of their chair and going down and taking the opportunity that has presented itself and snatching that $100 bill out of someone's hand.
Coming up next here on Westwood One Sports, we got an update on Kyle Shanahan and his health after that car accident, what it means for their preseason game this week. We'll also get to a really cool story out of Philadelphia involving the Phillies and a fan that won an opportunity to call an inning of baseball. We'll play some of that for you next. BetMGM players will receive a golf odds boost token. All you have to do to use the token, add any golf wager to your bet slip, then activate the token. And if you win your bet that was made with the odds boost token, you will receive extra winnings in unrestricted bonus dollars only at BetMGM. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you for another 15 minutes or so as we wrap things up today on BetMGM Game Day. Before we get to a really cool story out of Philadelphia, did want to update you guys on some NFL news. Adam Schefter a few minutes ago putting out an update on Kyle Shanahan. We all know that the news of the last few weeks, they had that very serious car accident, left him with severe concussion symptoms. There's also just been some weird, I guess, reporting after the fact or non-reporting after the fact about like who was at fault. He said Kyle Shanahan eventually came out and said he was the one who was at fault. But anyway, the update is Kyle Shanahan, who has been limited during training camp due to the concussion he suffered in that car accident on July 14th. He told reporters minutes ago that he does plan to coach next week's preseason opener against the Tennessee Titans. That is obviously good news. That would lead you to believe that his concussion symptoms are either going away altogether or certainly have gotten better. That's why he wasn't able to maybe be a full go at the beginning of camp. He's been limited, but he's going to be on the sideline. I'll be curious to see. I mean, that's probably a great sign for his symptoms, because you would think with concussions, the last thing you would want to be around is a loud stadium and bright lights and everything like that.
Yeah. Can I, not to deter off of, can I just say how worried I am for my beloved Tennessee Titans to go to San Francisco, which has just been the mecca of injuries this year. Not just with Kyle Shanahan's car wreck, but like it feels like they're dropping like flies there in San Fran.
Yeah, they won't be there long enough.
You know,
You're good. They won't be there long enough. They're not near the substation.
I don't know, man. Well, the friggin' there was a Denver Bronco guard that was playing San Francisco earlier or something. I don't know. Hang on, I gotta find it. But literally, like, I'm just so worried that like Cam Ward is going to like come down with like some sort of knee injury or something based off of that. I think your muscle tissue just gets weaker. Look, I'm no conspiracy theorist, but after what we've seen this offseason or this training preseason with the Niners, I feel like damn Alex Jones up here, right? Like I'm just like, you know, like,
oh god,
like that's the way I feel like with this when it comes to this electronic substation or whatever they got outside of 49ers practice facility with all the injuries they got. I just don't feel safe, and I think the NFL needs to do something because it is like final destination there at Niners camp. Guys are just dropping one by one.
Well, they got 20 injuries right now?
Yeah, it's not a matter of, and like, look, 1 year, okay, that's great. It's an anomaly, right? Like anyone can have a rough injury season. But when it continues into the next season, I think action needs to take place. I think something needs to be done. I don't know what it is. I don't know if you need to put them in hazmat suits at practice or what, maybe like those, when you go to like, the nuclear testing sites, right? Put them behind those brick barricades, make them run their plays inside. I don't know what you do. I don't know what the solution here is, but the Niners they're hurting themselves. And now if they do joint practices with other teams, well, Godspeed to the Tennessee Titans, man. It was, hope you enjoyed the few weeks of Carnell Tate that you got before he goes down with his season-ending injury.
So Titans, Niners, first preseason game. And yes, Kyle Shanahan will be on the sideline. All right, let's pivot back to Philadelphia and the Phillies. We're talking baseball. This was a story from earlier in the week. Really cool. There was a charity auction that the Phillies radio network offered up where a fan can come in and call an inning of baseball. And so this fan bid $22,000 and won. So 22 grand. And he's a longtime Phillies fan. He's a substitute teacher. We now found out some more information about him. He's 73 years old, and he sounds like an old school 1940s play-by-play announcer. Listen to this.
We are headed to the third inning. Phillies on top 2-1, and we're pleased to welcome Lewis Kalb from Medford Lakes, New Jersey. He is our Phillies fantastic auction winner. He outbid the competition to spend an inning and do some play-by-play in the booth. And Lewis, welcome. Glad to have you here.
Thank you, Scott. It's a thrill to be here. It's a lifelong dream to be in the Phillies broadcast booth. So here we go. Painter with the first pitch to Ortiz. It's in there for strike one call. Phil's with two in the bottom of the second to take the lead. As we start the top of the third now, Painter delivers. It's bounced foul towards the Phillies dugout. And they count 1-1.
He has been listening to baseball on the radio his whole life. You can tell, right? He's in his 70s, old school radio announcer, awesome voice. He crushed it. It turns out he's from a small town where he says he's the voice of the Medford Lakes. He basically announces every event in town. But he just sounds like your old school radio announcer. He crushed it. I know he's in his 70s and he's a substitute teacher, so I don't know if he's looking to get work. But there's got to be some minor league teams across baseball that would love to have him call games for them.
Hey, Medford, what the hell? Like, why have you been holding this guy out from us? Like, that guy sounded like if he would have done this his entire life instead of, what did you say, substitute teaching? Like, I feel like he would have been the next Vin Scully. He would have been the next Pat Hughes. He would have been the next, anyone with the Carey last name. Chip, Harry, it doesn't matter. I feel like he would have been the next one of that because, I mean, that voice is
That's
it
awesome.
Just sounded like the soundtrack to summer. That sounded like a baseball voice. Like that dude.
Oh, yeah.
Can we need to get him out for more games. How many other do we have to chip in for the
dude? He
silent
spent
auction for him
$22
to win?
grand. That's the crazy thing is he spent his $22,000 for his dream opportunity, and he crushed it. By the way, that audio is over on WIP there in Philly. I mean, he worth every penny, right? Especially if he ends up landing a gig.
Yeah. Well, and you know how he had all of that money to pay that silent auction bid is because he hasn't spent his entire career in broadcasting. That's how he's gotten the money for that.
Yeah, he's a substitute teacher. I want to know what he was doing full time for decades prior. That's a good question.
Right.
That's a good point.
Yeah,
he definitely. If he was calling
teaching,
minor league baseball games, he definitely would not have been able to afford that opportunity. That's true.
Yeah, don't be fooled. That 72-year-old is somehow like a Bitcoin investor or something. Like that dude's making some money somehow. If he's dropping 22 grand just to call an inning of Phillies baseball.
Yeah, because I don't know what their requirements were. You win, you bid, you win it for $22K. I mean, they could have got just some random guy that was like, I'm not sure. Like, you just the worst thing ever. This guy was ready to rock and roll.
The Phillies really lucked out on that, didn't they? Because it made it like there was not a skip in that. Like, if you showed me that clip line and you're like, this is the Phillies play-by-play announcer, I'd have been like, yeah. Yeah, like I
Are we sure this guy, by the way, are we sure this isn't like the Freddie, the German soccer fan? It all seems too perfect. You know what I mean? Are we sure this isn't the same person? He's planted in the broadcast as well. It all seems like it's too much of a perfect scenario for everybody involved.
You know how like whenever there's like a great band that comes out, everyone thinks like they're a psyop. Like they're an industry plant, right? You know, like you're like, they're an industry plant, right? There's eventually, what's the guy's name? Like, what's his name?
This guy from Philly. I had it pulled up. Sorry, Lewis Kolb. Lewis Kolb.
Lewis. People are gonna turn on Lewis very quickly. He's too good. People are gonna say he's an industry plant. People are gonna like start to.
Here's what he said.
Uncover.
He was interviewed by NPR this week, too, and he said, here's a couple of quotes. Quote, some people like to sing in the shower. Well, I don't have a good singing voice, but I might drive down the road and go, here's Bryce Harper, and the pitch, swung on, long drive to right, that one is gone. So he just calls play-by-play at his car and stuff, and he said that's been his thing his whole life. Like, he's loved it. But, yeah, he's the voice of Medford Lakes, New Jersey.
It's only a matter of time before Pablo Torre finds some hidden secrets about him that he reveals on his podcast, right? Like you're right. Like this guy is too perfect for this job.
He says he volunteers as a broadcaster in this town. Whether it's rec basketball, middle school basketball, the canoe carnival. I'm sorry, maybe it's canoe. I don't know. Canoe carnival. The 5K runs, you name it. He says he volunteers as a broadcaster there. So this guy's just been doing it forever.
Hey, Lewis, listen, buddy, you cash in on this while you still can because you have to make that 22 grand that you just dropped on back, right? So cash in and join Cameo. I would buy a Cameo for you to sing happy birthday to
of him announcing your fantasy football draft order.
Yeah, right? Like get this guy. You can get him on the cheap too. And if I'm like a franchise like the A's or something like somewhere like a franchise where it's like you don't have like a good sounding like play-by-play guy, get Lewis on the horn right away.
Yeah, props to him. Really cool. One of the cool feel-good stories of the week, no doubt about that. And I'm sure whoever, by the way, came up just short of winning that auction bid, there's no way they would have been as good as this guy. So maybe it's a good thing you didn't win your $21,000 bid.
Yeah, right. Spend that $21,000 somewhere else, right? But not all in one place.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I'm glad you're not going to, I guess, a concert tonight, as we learned at the beginning of the show, because we were allowed to hear the Dave Matthews Band story all over again. It's the 21st anniversary.
Never forget. It's the 22nd anniversary of Dave Matthews' tour bus dropping 800 pounds of human waste on a an architecture tour boat that went underneath the Kinsey Street Bridge, which is graded, so the septic tank just released right onto these people, sending dozens to the hospital and making a date in Chicago history that will live on forever.
What an anniversary. I'm glad you shared that with us earlier today. And one more time here as we head out for the weekend. He's Austin Huff. I'm Alex Gold. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday. We'll talk to you guys next week. More preseason football.